Hello everyone, I'm Thomas, and I'm here to help you unwind and drift off tonight. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep, so before you get too cozy, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to my channel, Stories for Sleep. Also, let me know in the comments, where are you from and what time is it as you're watching this. Now settle in, get comfortable, and let yourself relax. The Midnight Rounds. The first time I saw him was during the graveyard shift at St. Margaret's Hospital. I'd been working there for 6 years, long enough to know every doctor, nurse, and orderly by name, long enough to recognize the unique footsteps of my colleagues echoing through the sterile hallways at 3 a.m., long enough to know that what I witnessed that night shouldn't have been possible. I was doing my regular rounds in the terminal ward, checking on Mrs. Henderson in room 412. She had stage 4 pancreatic cancer and wasn't expected to make it through the week. As I approached her room, I heard her speaking to someone. Strange, given it was well past midnight and visitors weren't allowed at this hour. "Yes, doctor," her weak voice carried through the partially open door. "I understand. Thank you for explaining everything." I quickened my pace, wondering which doctor had broken protocol by visiting so late. As I reached for the door handle, a tall figure in a black coat stepped out. He carried an old-fashioned leather medical bag, the kind you'd see in photographs from the 1900s. Our eyes met for a brief moment, or rather, they would have, if I could see any eyes beneath the shadow of his wide-brimmed hat. He nodded politely and walked past me, his footsteps completely silent on the linoleum floor. The air grew cold as he passed, and for a moment, I caught a whiff of something strange, formaldehyde mixed with dried roses and decay. I rushed into Mrs. Henderson's room expecting to find her distressed by the unauthorized visitor. Instead, she looked more peaceful than I'd seen her in weeks. A small smile played on her lips as she stared out the window at the full moon. "Mrs. Henderson? Are you all right? Who was that doctor?" She turned to me, her eyes clearer than they'd been in days. "Oh, Sarah. He was so kind, explaining everything that's going to happen. I'm not scared anymore." "Which doctor was it?" I pressed, although a creeping suspicion told me I didn't want to know the answer. He didn't say his name, but he knew everything about my condition, even things I hadn't told anyone. She paused, her smile widening slightly. "He showed me what's waiting on the other side. It's beautiful, Sarah. So beautiful." Mrs. Henderson died at exactly midnight the next night. I told myself it was just a coincidence, that the mysterious doctor was probably a specialist I hadn't met before, making a late-night exception for a terminal patient. I almost convinced myself to believe it too, until it happened again, and again, and again. Always the same figure in the black coat, always the same leather bag, always visiting patients exactly 24 hours before their death, never appearing on any security cameras, never signing any charts, never leaving any trace of his presence except for that lingering smell of formaldehyde and roses. I started keeping track after the third incident. In 6 months, I documented 47 visits, 47 deaths, all precisely at midnight the following day. Some were expected, terminal patients like Mrs. Henderson. Others were seemingly stable patients who suffered sudden complications, but the pattern never varied. I tried telling my supervisor, but she dismissed my concerns. I showed her my documentation, the impossibly precise timing of deaths following these visits. She suggested I was overworked and recommended I take some time off. I couldn't let it go. I started volunteering for extra night shifts, determined to confront this mysterious figure. I installed a small personal camera in my uniform button, hoping to capture evidence. I took detailed notes of every encounter, every patient conversation, searching for some pattern beyond the obvious connection to death. That's how I noticed something even stranger. The patients who received these visits never died alone. No matter how unexpected their death, no matter what time of night, someone was always with them in their final moments. Usually a loved one who had a sudden urge to visit, or a nurse who felt inexplicably drawn to check on them at just the right time. It was during one of these documentation sessions that I met Dr. Marcus Chen, a new resident who actually listened to my story. Instead of suggesting I seek psychiatric help, he offered to help me investigate. Together we dug through historical records of the hospital, looking for any mention of a doctor matching our mysterious visitor's description. We found something in the hospital's founding documents from 1887. A photograph of the original medical staff showed a tall figure standing slightly apart from the group. He wore a black coat and carried that same distinctive leather bag. The photograph was faded, but the man's face was eerily obscured, as if the photographic plate had been damaged precisely where his features should have been. The caption listed him as Dr. Jonathan Thaddeus Blake, head of palliative care. Further research revealed that Dr. Blake had been known for his unprecedented success in easing the suffering of terminal patients. According to hospital records, none of his patients died alone, and all reported peaceful, painless deaths. Dr. Blake himself had vanished without a trace in 1888, after a devastating hospital fire claimed 27 lives. His body was never found. The only item recovered from his office was his leather medical bag, untouched by the flames. But when the bag was opened, it was completely empty. I thought this discovery would help me make sense of what was happening. Instead, it only raised more questions. Was I seeing a ghost? Some kind of immortal being? Or was I slowly losing my grip on reality? The answer came on a quiet Tuesday night, exactly 6 months after I began my investigation. I was checking on Mr. Rodriguez in room 415 when I heard the now familiar sound of silence, that peculiar absence of sound that preceded the mysterious doctor's appearances. I turned, and there he stood in the doorway, leather bag in hand. But this time was different. This time, he spoke. Nurse Sarah Collins. His voice was deep and gentle, carrying none of the hollow eeriness I'd expected from a supernatural being. We need to discuss your interest in my work. I stood my ground, though every instinct screamed at me to run. Who are you? What are you? He set his bag down and removed his hat. The face beneath was surprisingly human, elderly but distinguished, with kind eyes that held unfathomable depths of compassion and sorrow. I've had many names throughout the centuries, he said, but you know me as Dr. Blake. I've been watching you, Sarah. Your dedication to your patients, your determination to understand what's happening here. It reminds me of myself long ago. Are you death? He smiled softly. No. Think of me more as a guide, a translator between worlds. I help ease the transition, ensure no one faces the ultimate journey alone. It's a calling I chose, just as you chose nursing. But why show yourself to me? Because it's time for someone else to carry on this work. The world needs more guides, Sarah. The position is unusual, but the benefits are eternal. He opened his bag, which seemed to contain nothing but endless darkness. Would you like to learn? I should have been terrified. I should have run away. Instead, I found myself stepping forward, drawn by a deep sense of rightness. All those nights watching patients suffer, wanting to do more to help them through their final moments. Perhaps this was the answer I'd been searching for all along. What would I have to do? His smile widened. Simply take my bag. The knowledge comes with it. But understand, Sarah, this is not a decision to make lightly. The role demands complete dedication. You'll walk between worlds, never fully belonging to either. You'll witness countless deaths, but you'll ensure none of them are truly alone. I reached for the bag, my hand trembling. Will I die? In a manner of speaking, the person you are now will cease to exist, but what you'll become is far more meaningful. As my fingers touched the worn leather handle, memories flooded my mind, thousands of deaths throughout history, all guided by the figure before me. I saw the true nature of his work, not just ensuring peaceful deaths, but maintaining the delicate balance between life and death itself. I understood then why he'd chosen me. My obsession with documenting his appearances hadn't been about proving his existence. It had been about proving to myself that death could be gentle, meaningful, even beautiful in its own way. I gripped the bag firmly and felt a profound transformation begin. My flesh became shadow, my bones became mist, and my soul expanded to encompass both the world of the living and whatever lay beyond. The last thing I saw as Sarah Collins was Dr. Blake's form dissolving into peaceful nothingness, his centuries of service finally complete. That was 3 years ago. Now I walk the halls of St. Margaret's Hospital every night, visiting those whose time draws near. I show them the peace that awaits, ensure they don't face their final moments alone, and help maintain the balance between worlds. Sometimes I catch newer nurses watching me with suspicious eyes, documenting my appearances just as I once did. I know that someday, one of them will be ready to take my place, just as I took Dr. Blake's. The cycle will continue, as it has for centuries. But there's something I haven't mentioned yet, something that still haunts me, even in my current form. Remember how I said Dr. Blake chose me because of my dedication to understanding death? That wasn't entirely true. You see, I've now inherited all of his memories, including the truth about how guides are chosen. We don't pick people who study death. We pick people who are marked for it. The night Dr. Blake first appeared to me, he wasn't there for any patient. He was there for me. I had a brain aneurysm set to rupture at midnight the following day. I would have died alone in my apartment, undiscovered for days. Instead, he offered me a choice: accept my fate and pass on, or take up his mantle and use my borrowed time to help others through their final moments. I chose the latter, and in doing so became something both more and less than human. But here's the real twist, the part that truly terrifies me even now. Every person who takes this role is simply postponing their own death. We're all living on borrowed time, maintaining the balance by trading our services for a continuation of our existence. And someday, when I find my own replacement, someone else marked for death who has the right combination of compassion and curiosity, I'll finally have to face what I've been helping others navigate all these years. I wonder if I'll be as peaceful as my patients when that moment comes. I wonder if my replacement will show me the same gentle understanding I show others. I wonder if... Oh, I feel a pulling sensation. Someone needs me. Room 412, a new patient. Their time comes at midnight tomorrow. As I walk down the familiar hallway, leather bag in hand, I catch my reflection in a window. For a moment I see myself as others must see me, a tall figure in a black coat, face obscured by shadow, bringing with me the scent of formaldehyde and dried roses. I straighten my hat and enter the room. The patient looks up, frightened at first, but I know how to ease their fears. I've done this hundreds of times now. "Good evening," I say softly, setting my bag down. "We have much to discuss about your journey. After all, everyone deserves to understand what awaits them on the other side, even if some of us have to wait centuries to find out for ourselves. My wife has a removable face. I've never glimpsed what lies beneath it, but my best friend has. Samantha told me about it on our third date. We were watching a movie on her couch when I made my move to kiss her. She whipped her hand in front of my face and blocked me. 'There's something you need to know,' she said. I braced myself. Here it comes. I'm not ready for a relationship. Nothing to do with you, of course. It was the absolute last thing that I wanted to hear, because I was already crazy about her. Okay, I said. I have a removable face. That's a new one. You have a what now? I was about to laugh, but she was wearing a deadly serious expression. I have a removable face. Is that like a metaphor or something? No, my face is literally removable. Look, closely. She lifted her chin and traced her jawline with a finger. You can see the seam. After admiring how beautiful her neck was for a dizzying moment, I leaned in for an inspection. It was very hard to see, but it did look like there was a slightly unnatural transition there from her face to her throat. I grew dizzier as a dozen questions rushed into my brain. Don't bother asking why or how or anything like that, said Samantha. I can't tell you that. If that's going to be a problem, you should leave now. I'm letting you know this because I like you and I want to take the next step, but this is non-negotiable. Okay, I said, unsure of what was happening. Not a problem. So what? You have a removable face. Who cares? It looks good. There's something else. Once a day, usually in the evening, I have to remove the face and disinfect the inside of it. If I don't, it will rot. This takes about an hour, give or take, depending on how my day went. During this time, you must never, ever look at my real face. Never. Do you understand? Yes. Got it. Don't ask about it. Don't look at your real face. Samantha stood up. Now, I'm going to go into the bathroom and clean my face. That will give you plenty of time to think about what I've told you. If you're here when I'm done, that's great. I would like that. But if you're gone, I'll understand. She turned and walked into her bedroom. I sat in stunned silence as I heard the bathroom door close. I gave the thing some serious thought. It was possible that it was a joke of some kind. It was possible that it was a delusion. Was it possible that it was true? Well, it was certainly possible to transform an actor's face with movie makeup, so I supposed it was possible that Samantha wore a removable face every day. Maybe she had had a horrible accident where her flesh had been mangled. Maybe her face had been melted by acid or burned by fire, or the skin shorn off by heavy machinery. If it had, I would never know, because she would never tell me, and I would never see it. I pictured a face of raw, naked muscle rotting away. Could I kiss her, if that was what I was kissing? But wasn't that what we all were, under the skin? Just muscle and bone and blood and squishy organs. I paced around the living room, running my hand through my hair. I liked Samantha a lot. She was smart and funny and beautiful. But was that beauty real? Did it count? Did it matter if it was real or not? Was I being superficial even worrying about it? When she came out of the bathroom, I was still there. I looked at her face. She smiled, and I was in love. We dated, we moved in together, we decided to get married. For the most part, it was a completely normal relationship, typical of two young people in love, building a life together. During the day, it was easy to forget about the face altogether. It looked natural enough, and only in certain positions, in certain lights, was there ever any indication that it wasn't natural. But every night was the same. Samantha would close herself in the bathroom, sometimes for an hour, sometimes for 2, and clean the inside of her face. The curiosity never left me. I would sit there and wonder what was under that face. I came so close to barging in on her a few times, but I never did. I did occasionally ask her about it. About what, if anything, had happened. About how it was possible to make the removable face look so real. About what it really looked like underneath. I tried to coax her into showing me, assuring her that I loved her no matter what, and didn't give a damn what her real face looked like. I was just curious, that's all. She never showed me or told me the story behind it. She didn't get upset at me, unless I was really badgering her. She'd just shrug and say, "You know you can't see it. You know I can't tell you about it." I never told anybody about Samantha's removable face. It's not that she asked me not to. I just didn't think it was anybody's business. Except once, I did tell somebody. It was during my bachelor's party. We had rented several cabins in Big Sur and spent the night drinking and packing our noses with powders that we shouldn't have been packing our noses with. Everyone else had passed out, and the sun was creeping up behind us as I stood on the majestic cliffs with my friend Chris, looking down on the Pacific waves crashing against the rocks. Chris was my best friend, as close to a brother as I'd known. We'd grown up together and visited each other at college often, and spent the summers together. After college, we'd moved to different cities, but we stayed in close contact. Standing there on the cliffs, I told Chris about Samantha's removable face. At first, he thought I was joking. Then he had 1,000 questions, most of which I couldn't answer. "What's underneath?" "I don't know, man. I don't know." "Doesn't that drive you crazy, not knowing?" I shrugged. "Lots of stuff I don't know. Don't know how to do calculus, and I don't know what happens when we die." "But dude, she's about to be your wife, and you don't even know what she looks like. I mean, I'd have to take a look. Like, you could set a camera up in the bathroom. That's where she does it, right? Set up a camera and have a look, and then you'll know." I sighed. "Yeah, it drives me crazy. I've asked her 1,000,000 times, but she told me I could never look. Gotta respect that, man, even if I don't like it. That's love." Chris laughed. "You telling me to respect a woman? Up is down now." Then we fell back into talking about old times as a new day dawned. Chris was in town for business last week and planned on spending the weekend at our house. The conversation at Big Sur had happened 4 years ago, and we hadn't spoken about Samantha's removable face since, despite keeping in close contact and seeing each other, as often as two people transforming into adults in different parts of the country can. It happened on Saturday evening. We were lounging lazily in the backyard deep into the beer, having just finished with some grilled steaks, when I got a text from work. "God damn it," I groaned. "I have to make a work call." "Seriously?" said Samantha, raising an artificial eyebrow. "On a Saturday night?" "My biggest client, baby. Sorry." "It is what it is, I guess," said my wife. "I'm going to head inside and get cleaned up. Chris, are you okay just hanging out for a bit?" Chris smiled. I'll be fine. Got my beer, got some weeds to pull in your garden. God knows your lazy-ass husband isn't going to do it. Those tomatoes are choking to death. It's a tragedy. I rolled my eyes and went into the side yard to make my call. 15 minutes into it, I heard the screams coming from inside. Both my best friend and my wife were wailing in terror. I dropped the phone and ran into the house and down the hall to our bedroom. Through the open door, I could see that the door to the master bathroom was also standing open. "Don't come in," screamed Samantha. "I don't have my face on. Call an ambulance. He looked. Oh God, he looked." She sounded desperate and truly horrified. That made me desperate and horrified, and I wanted to rush into the bathroom, but I knew suddenly that that would be a mistake. I knew suddenly that Samantha didn't want me to look at her real face, not out of a sense of vanity, but for my own safety. Chris staggered backwards out of the bathroom. He was holding a straightened-out paperclip, which he had used to pick the privacy lock. Now he was stabbing it again and again into his eyes, shouting gibberish. He was clearly in the depths of madness, and it turned my stomach to see him mutilate himself. "Call an ambulance," my wife screamed. "Don't come in here. He looked." I turned and ran back to the side yard where my phone was lying in the newly mowed grass. My client was still on the line, alarmed, asking what was happening, what all the screaming was. I hung up on him and called 911. When the paramedics arrived, Chris was having a seizure in the hallway. Samantha was stroking his head, sobbing. Her face was on, but it had been done hastily, and everything looked a little off. My world has been dark this past week. My best friend is in a psychiatric hospital under suicide watch. He's completely blind and mostly catatonic, except when he slips into a violent, babbling mania. The doctors are optimistic that his state is temporary, but they don't know the truth about what caused it, because I told the paramedics that Chris had taken a large dose of psychedelic mushrooms and fallen into psychosis. I saw no good reason to tell the truth about what had happened. Who would believe that one look at my wife's real face would make somebody insane? At best, we would be the subjects of a long investigation. At worst, we would have to prove that what we were saying was true by showing somebody Samantha's face. Then the same thing would happen again, and what after that? I had no idea, and no interest in finding out. For Samantha's part, I knew that she would never consent to show anybody her real face, no matter what the consequences of refusal were. I did get a follow-up call from the police, asking me to confirm my story. The hospital found no traces of psilocybin in Chris's blood, though that's not unheard of, since it has a short half-life. If they end up testing his hair, I will likely be in a lot of trouble. But that's truly the least of my concerns. Samantha is in a state of her own. She still cleans the inside of her face, though not as regularly, and when she puts it back on, it's always crooked now. It is beginning to smell a little bit. I've tried to assure her that it wasn't her fault. "He knew," I said. "I told him that nobody was ever allowed to look at it. He knew, and then he broke into the bathroom. This is not on you, baby. Please, talk to me." Not on me? That one look at my face makes people insane? Please, I just need some time alone. As for me, I am doing my best to hold it together. Do you know what's strange, though? Despite what happened to Chris, I still find myself curious about what my wife's real face looks like. More curious than ever, really. The security camera. The first time I saw my husband's double, I thought it was a glitch. I had just installed our new security system that afternoon, one of those fancy setups with motion detection, night vision, and smartphone connectivity. David thought I was being paranoid, but after the string of break-ins in our neighborhood, I wasn't taking any chances. Besides, as a software engineer who often worked late from home, I liked having eyes on our property when I was alone at night. The cameras had been running for less than 6 hours when my phone buzzed with its first motion alert. 2:01 a.m. I was still awake, catching up on some code reviews in my home office. The notification showed a still from our backyard camera, a dark figure standing motionless in the grass. My heart rate spiked until I recognized David's familiar silhouette. His broad shoulders, the slight slouch he'd developed from years hunched over keyboards, that distinctively messy bedhead I'd tease him about. I figured he must have had trouble sleeping and stepped out for some air. Not totally unusual. He'd been stressed about the upcoming product launch at work. I was about to dismiss the alert when something made me pause. The figure was completely still. Not the natural shifting of weight or subtle movements you'd expect from someone standing outside. Just perfectly, unnaturally motionless. That's when I realized he wasn't looking around the yard or up at the stars. He was staring directly at our second-floor bedroom window. Our bedroom window, where I could see the warm glow of our bedside lamp still burning. The lamp I always left on because David liked having some light when he got up to use the bathroom. A cold weight settled in my stomach. I pulled up the live feed from the indoor security camera I'd installed in our bedroom. There was David, curled up under the covers on his side of the bed, chest rising and falling in the peaceful rhythm of deep sleep. I looked back at the yard camera. The figure was still there, still staring. I closed my laptop and crept upstairs, my bare feet silent on the carpet. Our bedroom door was slightly ajar, just as I'd left it. David was exactly as I'd seen on camera, sound asleep, occasionally making the soft whistling sound through his nose that I normally found endearing, but now sent chills down my spine. I crossed to the window on trembling legs. The yard below was empty. I checked the security footage immediately. At exactly 3 a.m., the figure had simply vanished. One frame it was there, the next gone, with no movement in between. I rewound to the beginning of the incident. Same thing. At 2 a.m. sharp, it had appeared instantaneously in the middle of our yard. I barely slept that night, watching David's peaceful face in the lamplight and trying to convince myself I'd seen some kind of technical glitch. But the next night, it happened again. And the next. And the next. Always at exactly 2 a.m. Always standing in the exact same spot. Always staring at our window with David's face. I started sleeping less and less, spending my nights hunched over my monitors, documenting every detail. The figure never moved, never shifted, never blinked, just stood there, a perfect carbon copy of my husband, staring up at where we slept, with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I tried telling David about it over breakfast that first week. He'd laughed it off, assuming I was joking. When I showed him the footage, he'd frowned and suggested it must be some kind of video artifact or reflection. He promised to stay awake with me the next night to see it in person. But when 2 a.m. came, he was sound asleep despite his promises. No amount of shaking would wake him. I watched in horror as his duplicate appeared in the yard right on schedule, while David slumbered beside me, impossibly heavy in a sleep that seemed more like unconsciousness. That's when the differences started. It was subtle at first. David would wake up groggy and irritable, with no memory of having promised to stay up with me. He'd zone out during conversations, staring blankly into space until I touched his arm or called his name. His appetite changed. He who had always been a picky eater suddenly started devouring his food with mechanical efficiency, like he was fueling up rather than enjoying a meal. Then came the physical changes. His skin seemed slightly waxy, especially in the mornings. His movements became more precise, more deliberate, losing the natural clumsiness I'd always found charming. Sometimes I'd catch him standing perfectly still, head cocked at an unnatural angle, like he was listening to something I couldn't hear. But the eyes were the worst. David's eyes had always been a warm brown, crinkled at the corners from his ready smile. Now they seemed darker somehow, flatter, empty. I started documenting these changes too, in an encrypted file on my laptop. I knew how it would sound if I told anyone else, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever stood in our yard each night wasn't just watching us, it was studying us, learning, preparing. And David wasn't really David anymore. I began sleeping in my home office, claiming I had too much work to come to bed. I installed more cameras throughout the house, hidden ones David didn't know about. I watched him when he thought he was alone. The way he would practice expressions in mirrors, like an actor rehearsing for a role. The way he would sometimes forget to blink for minutes at a time. The way he would stand in empty rooms, perfectly still, staring at nothing. But it was the footage from last night that finally broke me. I was reviewing the bedroom camera feed from around 5 a.m., just before David usually wakes up. The video quality was poor. There had been a storm, and the power had flickered several times, but I could clearly see David's form under the covers. Then came a power surge, the image distorting with static. When it cleared, the bed was empty. I frantically checked the other cameras. Nothing in the hallway, nothing on the stairs, nothing in the kitchen or living room. David had vanished from our locked and alarmed house without triggering a single motion sensor. Then movement caught my eye on the yard camera. A figure walking slowly back toward the house. David's figure. It moved with that same mechanical precision I'd grown to dread, but now there was something else in its gait. A confidence, a purpose. It looked up directly at the camera, smiled, not David's warm, natural smile, but something that just stretched his lips without touching his eyes. Then it raised one hand and waved, holding up a familiar keychain. My keychain, the one I'd left on my office desk when I'd finally passed out from exhaustion an hour earlier. I'm typing this now from my car, parked outside a 24-hour diner 2 towns over. My hands won't stop shaking, because I know what this means. The thing in my yard, the thing wearing my husband's face. It's not watching anymore. It's done learning, done practicing, done replacing. And now it's coming for me. My phone buzzes, another motion alert. I don't want to look, but I can't help myself. It's footage from one of my hidden cameras inside the house. My office. There's a figure standing in the doorway. It's wearing David's face, but the movement is all wrong as it turns its head to stare directly into the camera. Its smile is impossibly wide now, stretching far beyond what a human mouth should be capable of. In its hand is my laptop, the one I'd left behind in my panic to escape, the one containing all my documentation, all my evidence. As I watch, it waves at the camera with that horrible smile. Then it does something worse. It speaks. "Coming home soon, honey? Don't worry. I'll wait up for you. After all..." The thing wearing my husband's face leans closer to the camera, its features distorting slightly, like melting wax. I never sleep. I throw my phone out the car window, watching it shatter on the asphalt. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely grip the steering wheel. but I force myself to focus. I need to drive, need to get far away, need to warn others. But as I reach for the ignition, I catch a glimpse of myself in the rearview mirror. Have my movements always been this precise? Has my skin always had this waxy sheen? When was the last time I blinked? I look closer at my reflection, at the thing wearing my face, now smiling, and I begin to scream. Has your husband been standing still? The woman at the door said her husband was inside my home. She was agitated and ran her fingers through her unwashed hair. You have the wrong address. It's just me, I said, then lied, and my boyfriend is here. No, please, just listen to me, she said, placing a hand on the door frame and leaning in toward me. I said I couldn't help her, said again she had the wrong address, then shut the door. But I could still hear her. I don't know what he'll do. Let me in, let me find him, she said, her muffled voice sharpening while her palm drummed on the door. He stands still. I froze in the entryway and waited full minutes after it sounded like she had left, in case her ear was pressed to the door. I didn't give much thought to her husband at first. There was something off about her, how she tried to talk so calmly, even though it was obvious she was coiled tight enough to snap. She kept floating on her toes, looking into my apartment behind me. But she also didn't seem outcast, or even neglected really. Her cashmere sweater and tapered pants told a different story. So I searched my apartment with the crowbar I kept under the sheets in the linen closet. No one was in the front rooms, with their windows facing the street. I had been there all day, so it was impossible for anyone to have broken in that way. Then I remembered the old dumbwaiter shaft. It was behind the kitchen door, shut behind a hinged metal slab. To keep noise from bleeding between apartments, it was no longer an open shaft, but a dusty compartment used as a pass-through for cables. I brought along my biggest chef knife from the drawer across from the refrigerator. The steel panel was painted the same color as the wall and had no handle or latch. Instead, there was a small jagged hole punched in one side with several drill bit plunges. I dug a screwdriver out of the junk drawer and tried to pry it open with a single jerk so I could step back and hold out the blade in my other hand. Instead, it swung open with a painfully slow creak, and I dropped the knife, scaring myself even more when it clattered at my feet. Without thinking, I bent down to pick it up. Kneeling on the floor, I imagined a pale hand reaching out into my hair and skull. But when I stood up and looked inside, there was nothing there, just the dark. It was empty. When I left the kitchen and crossed by the front door again, I saw that the woman had shoved a piece of paper in my door, like a takeout menu. It was a torn envelope, like something pulled crumpled from the trash, and had written on it the words, "Listen, please." Then I heard her whisper from low down on the door, even below where I had kneeled to pull at the scrap of paper. The first time my husband was around the corner from our French doors, in the hollow where my desk meets the printer cabinet. He must have been there all morning. He was standing straight up, like a sunflower, but I didn't see him until I got up from the desk and bumped my ankle. When I looked up suddenly, he was there, staring at nothing. The second time, he was behind an all-glass display case in our entryway, pinched between a pane and the wall just inside the front door. The whispering stopped and I realized I was barely breathing. I was still kneeling and my knees were beginning to get sore. "Are you still there?" the whispered voice asked. I didn't answer. He's gotten really skinny and goes through tubes of high SPF sunscreen whenever he is called out to a site, so now he's white as an electric socket. He can suppress his presence and take away your intuitive sense that another person is nearby. He's practicing. He's getting better. He knows where your eyes land and the spaces they slide over. Go away, I screamed, before retreating to the farthest corner of my apartment away from the front door. It took me a while to calm down, with some TV and all the lights on. I didn't pay attention to the show, but told myself that the woman at the door had a mental illness and a persecution complex, and she wanted to pull me into her delusion. I crept to the window and peered into the park across the street from my house. It was small and mostly mown, with a picnic pavilion and a swing set. But right across from me was a shock of forest, rising up curling and unwanted. The sun was still up, but low enough for this thicket to be dark in its own shadows. I looked for her there, expecting I don't know what. 2 red eyes? I didn't see her, and opened the blinds fully. A few families were playing volleyball down at the farthest end of the park, but it was otherwise empty. Then I caught the blue light off an e-cig. It was her, seated in a shadowed beach chair, with her legs stacked casually in front of her. I could barely see her face, but it looked as if she was staring into my windows. I debated whether to go out to confront her, but when I turned around, I saw her husband. I didn't scream. My throat snapped shut on my breath. Through the kitchen doorway across the room, I could see my dishwasher and him standing next to it, one leg against the fridge. He wasn't standing straight, but bent forward at a right angle, his back aligned with the marble countertop. One arm was held pinned against his thigh, the other down, then the wrist up, with fingers out in odd angles. His face pointed forward, aligned atop his body like a bullet on a shell casing, with his eyes aimed to one side of me and far away. He wore an expression of rapture on a pale face. His lips were glittering red. He didn't move or react and showed no signs of being detected. But I still expected those eyes to swivel and land on me. Didn't feel I could move or look away until it did. I forced myself to clap, then to wave my arms, but there was no reaction. "You," I said. "Sir," I added, "you need to leave." He didn't react, and it wasn't just as if he was ignoring me. There wasn't a tremor or breath. He stayed so still it was as if the whole world had frozen. I called 911, of course. The operator urged me to get out of the house as quickly as possible. I stayed on the line with the operator, but there was nothing left to say. My only way out was past him. Acid filled my stomach. There was no way I could cross that room. I considered tossing something at him, or attacking him, but there was nothing more dangerous than a TV remote nearby. The operator said something about officers on the way, and my phone slipped from my hand in my rush to bring it back to my ear. My eyes never dropped from the husband, who didn't flinch when my phone crunched on impact, then clattered across the floor and under the couch. I lowered myself to my hands and knees and considered crawling over and reaching under until I realized it would put him out of sight. It was better to escape. Maybe I could crawl by him without touching him and he'll stay frozen. Or would he just grab me when I got close? I didn't have a choice. At the threshold between hardwood and tile, I looked down at my hands on the floor, and when I looked up, he was gone. But it was only for an instant, because suddenly I could see him again just in front of me. He hadn't moved. My eyes had let him go and struggled to find him again, like he wasn't where I had expected, or if I had somehow forgotten him. The arms holding me up shook so violently that I pitched forward, landing on the side of my face with a smack. I landed right at his feet, but didn't touch him. Pushing back on the heels of my hands, I rolled backwards and slammed into the cabinet behind me, hard enough that I heard the fiberboard crack inside the door. I could crawl by him now, but first watched him for any sign of movement. He was in a khaki t-shirt that didn't quite match the wood cabinetry or stand out from the white refrigerator at his back, nor were his dark pants much of a match for the brushed chrome of the dishwasher, though I could see he had a sliver of something shimmery silver, like a lanyard loop, hanging out from his pocket. I don't know how he could have disappeared from my sight, but he didn't seem to notice me. I strained to keep an eye on him over my shoulders as I crawled past, until I couldn't move slowly any longer. I scrambled to my feet, tumbling into a standing position, then into a headlong run, where I couldn't tell my heartbeats from the pounding of feet on the floor. After struggling with the lock, I finally squeezed through my front door and shut it behind me without looking back. The police came, searched my apartment, found no one. I tried to explain that he might still be there, that they just hadn't seen him. But they wouldn't come back in with me. They wouldn't search the park either. They were annoyed I wouldn't go back inside, but eventually left. I didn't have my phone and didn't know where to go, so I wandered out of my building in a daze. It was dark out now, but the night air felt good. I saw a car double parked, but didn't pay it any attention until the woman pushed open the passenger side door from the driver's seat and waved me over. I'd be embarrassed to describe the horrible things I said to her, but she was calm and composed. She knew how to handle her husband standing still, and was nothing like the woman who first confronted me on my doorstep. I don't want to give her real name, so I'll call her Flora. "I'll teach you to see him," was the first thing Flora told me once I was able to listen. I didn't want to see him or to go anywhere with this person, but I didn't know what else to do. She drove me far outside of the city until I could see stars over a sprawling suburbia. Somewhere nearer the highway, where duplex condos faded into industrial parks, she turned into a multi-acre construction site. It was all blonde dirt, scraped and marked by bulldozer treads. At the center was a cinder block frame that might one day grow into a big box store. She turned off her headlights, and suddenly the feeling I had ignored in favor of her serene understanding of my situation could no longer be ignored. I was struck dumb with fear, my sore muscles protesting at being called back to alert. Had I met a couple working together? But she kept talking reasonably, kept her instructions simple, and I found no moment to protest. Instead, I followed her, even let her take me by the hand and pull me in a circuitous path out into the center of the standing blocks. She laid out a picnic blanket and urged me to lay on my back next to her with a friendly pat. Inside, I was screaming. "We're in the middle of one of the dimmer meteor showers that doesn't get headlines," she said, "but we can see one every few minutes if we know how to look. Men who stand still," she told me, "can't be searched out like a bird among branches or a face in the crowd. That is a search for specificity. Even if you could live in a state of constant scrutiny, where every pixel of reality is examined, you would not often find these unmoving men. They slip into your scotoma and escape your attention because they are no longer objects to be found." "There was one," she said, pointing to a part of the sky. "Did you see that one?" I hadn't. "Because you are darting around looking for shooting stars," she said, "instead of looking at the surface of reality." Her husband had receded into the sky of our day-to-day existence, she said. When standing still, he wasn't an object to be found in space, but had shut down every part of himself to become permanent. She taught me to make my eyes flat and to search without an idea of what I wanted to see. To see them, you can no longer want anything from the sky, she said. You have to deaden yourself to know what surrounds you. I laughed when I saw the first shooting star and forgot about my terrible day. Then there was another and another. "Now please, please don't be afraid," she said, sitting up and placing her hand on my goose-pimpled forearm. I looked around with my meteor eyes. There were men standing in strange shapes, pressed against the cinder blocks, and standing in the mud at bent angles, and even across the street, holding themselves straight. "I see them everywhere now," she whispered. "There are so many of them standing still."
The artist.
There's this painting my wife loves, called Death and Life, by Klimt. I don't know what she finds so fascinating about it. I made all the right noises when she showed me her beloved framed print when we were first dating, oohing and ahing and making up some bullshit about warm and cold color schemes and the specific choice of angles and line. She was an artist. Our first few dates involved long walks through museums, starting in Picasso's Blue Period and ending in heavy petting and blue balls. I took an art history course as an elective when I was finishing up my doctorate. I remembered enough of the lingo to charm my fantastically gorgeous future wife and lure her back to my stupidly filthy apartment. We're talking me as the foul bachelor frog, sitting on a lily pad made of empty takeout containers surrounded by pond, of enough unwashed clothes to keep a laundromat in business for a cool 6 months. I remember scrambling to find 2 of any sort of cup-like container for the bottle of wine we had brought back while she was in the bathroom. I rinsed out a couple of coffee mugs and ran into the bedroom to try to clean up the condom wrappers that had been sitting on my bedside table since 2003. On the bed, neatly laid out against the rest of the chaos, were my wife's dress, bra, and panties. She came out of the bathroom completely nude aside from a pair of high heels, took the wine from me, and took a swig straight from the bottle. I fell totally, completely, and irrevocably in love. I have no head for artistic things. I work in finance. I get creative with numbers, not paint, but I really love her stuff. She's made a name for herself over the past few years. Critics call her the American Damien Hirst. One of her first exhibits was composed of a dozen oil paintings of rotting pastries surrounding an actual cake filled with thousands of dead ladybugs being fed to a mummified tarantula dressed up as Little Miss Muffet. I have no idea what it meant, but it was sick, successful, and catered by Balthazar, so I ate about 20 croissants. They did not have bugs in them. I checked. She was amazing. She had the body of a Laker girl and the face of a Modigliani model, and still does. She's charming, charismatic, deep, the kind of person people flock to, want to be around constantly. She made love like she had something to prove. She had a twisted sense of humor. As soon as I hooked a job with enough figures to keep a girl like her satisfied the way she should be, I proposed, bought her a historical brownstone in the city with a garden full of roses and hardwood mahogany floors. And for the first few years, she seemed happy. We were the kind of couple you see in New York Magazine and scoff at because they're just too damned lucky. But we had a rough spot, like all married couples do. She was still the superficially the same woman I fell in love with, looked amazing. People always asked me when she was going to host the next dinner party. She still had an amazing eye for art. I knew, though. I knew she was miserable. I could see it. The misery in the corners of her eyes and the curve of her mouth. It happened gradually. First, it was the shower curtain. She bought 3 or 4 from a small boutique downtown, brought them home so we could choose one out together. We decided on one, pale blue, made of material that was impractical and way too expensive for a drapery in a bathroom, but we had the money, and it made her happy, so why the hell not? A few days later, I was shaving and realized she still hadn't put the curtain up. It wasn't until about a month after that I caught a glimpse of it hanging up in her studio, cut to shreds and dyed, till it was almost unrecognizable. I chose to ignore it because I had learned it's usually not the best course of action to call an artist out on their creative license, unless you want to start an all-out war with no discernible end. A year after that, though, I had no choice. She had been so on edge it was like she was standing on a razor. She usually had a show every 3-4 months or so, and if anything, she had too many ideas. The galleries always asked her to trim down her collections. When the year passed, without so much as a single finished painting, I started to worry, both about her well-being and our bank account. We were extravagant spenders, and each of her shows would bring in a cool $20,000 that paid for a few months of European beaches and ski trips in Aspen. The final straw, though, is when she burned down the roses. It turned out she had finished dozens of projects over the year. She had hated all of it and had either destroyed or painted over everything. While I was at the office, she flew off the handle, doused about 16 canvases in lighter fluid, and set the yard on fire. When I got the call from the fire department, I rushed home to find her sitting in the back of the ambulance covered in ashes, blonde hair singed at the ends. She was smoking a cigarette. I looked over the burnt flowers, the skeletons of her paintings, the ruined limbs of broken sculptures, and asked her what happened and why. She took a drag of the cigarette and said it was mine to burn. She took big, fancy pictures of the inferno. A family of bunnies suffocated in the smoke. She had them stuffed and mounted in size order on a baking soda volcano, like the kind you see in middle school science fairs. She gathered up a few of the charred bits and pieces, wired it together, and made some warped, pained-looking kind of phoenix thing weighing in at 400 pounds and easily over 8 feet high. She called the whole thing From the Ashes, and the reviews in the Times called it incendiary. Her first foray into becoming a true artist. Someone bought the phoenix. I pity the person who wakes up every day and looks at that strange thing, suspended in constant agony. We were both drunk at a random, expensive, vaguely Dante's Inferno-themed bar in San Francisco when I finally got a chance to ask her what was bothering her. We had been making dark jokes all night about the beautiful irony of her show and our current locale. At first she vehemently denied anything was wrong, angrily pointing out that we had made 4 times as much off of her last show as anything before it, that it had more than covered the damages, that it had paid for the vacation we were on. I stayed silent. She tossed her newly cropped hair and looked like she was going to open up for a second. I saw her soft blue eyes fill with tears. Then she took a shot of whiskey from a glass that had a bull's head and smirked. "Well, for starters," she slurred, nonchalantly dangling the glass from the bull's nose ring, "I'm fairly certain I'm pregnant." She let the glass drop from her finger and it shattered on the floor as she slid out of her seat and stumbled to the exit. I sat there for a while and drank more, feeling furious, confused, and miserable. I remembered her face when she showed me that Klimt painting. I remembered how she wore glasses back then, and how she pushed them up the bridge of her nose when she smiled, as I talked about the warm and the cold colors and the angles and lines. We converted her studio into a nursery. Rather, I did, while she stayed in San Francisco and did God knows what with her artist friends. I had a landscaper come in and replant the roses. I worked a lot of overtime, drank myself to sleep while I skimmed through parenting books. She came back when she was almost full term. I came home from work one night to find sonogram pictures posted all over the fridge of 2 healthy-looking twins, big baby girls. I walked into our bedroom and saw her dead asleep on top of the covers, belly swollen, smelling faintly like pot and paint thinner. She had a rainbow of dried paint on her fingertips. I loosened my tie and walked to the nursery. She had been busy. The canary yellow I had chosen was covered in a layer of translucent blue, and she had covered one wall in Klimt-esque patterns and curlicues. The creamy plush carpet was covered in paint splatters. She had worked furiously to finish. She had cut a swath from one of the new rose bushes and made a giant bouquet, shoving them so tightly in the vase that some had escaped and made their way from their perch on the changing table to the floor. She had scattered them in the bassinet on the windowsill. It was chaotic and beautiful. The next few years were peaceful, for the most part. We bonded over raising the girls. Despite my wife's less than careful prenatal preparation, they were wickedly smart and beautiful. They both looked like her, with long curly blonde ringlets and blue eyes. Sometimes when I put them to bed, I wondered if any of my DNA was in them at all. They were like miniature versions of her. My wife agreed to see a psychiatrist for a little bit. She took some medication for a while, Xanax, some mood stabilizers. Eventually, she and her doctor decided her crisis had been hormonal and temporary. We started having dinner parties again, soothed the gossip that had infected our social circles. She stopped painting and took up teaching at a university. She seemed content again, even happier than she was before. Every once in a while, I would catch a look in her eyes like repressed artillery fire, like she was ready to explode at any second. But it never lasted for longer than a few seconds before they went back to the soft cornflower blue I knew so well. And who doesn't get a little agitated every once in a while? I rose through the ranks at work. I loved the feeling of power that came with promotions. I loved my girls, and by God, I loved her, my crazy, disgusting, beautiful, hateful, and loving, extraordinary wife. Then came today. Today, I came home from work early. Today, my wife took the day off to be a chaperone on a class trip to the Metropolitan Museum. They were after her for months because of her expertise in the art world. They wanted the children to experience the culture in the most sophisticated way possible. I thought it was ridiculous. They were 1 to 3-year-olds in a private daycare. They saw more beauty in Cheerios than in Monet's water lilies. But they wore my wife down, and she was given a gaggle of toddlers and wide-eyed teachers to tour around the museum. I came home for lunch because I had forgotten my iPad that had notes on it for a presentation I was giving that night. I walked through the rose garden and noticed a tiny piece of sculpture left over from the Ashes exhibit from so long ago. It was half of a tiny bird. It had the kind of exquisite detail that my wife used to be so famous for. I was pretty sure it was an actual bird that she had cast in clay. I thought I could see a small piece of feather in one of the cracks. I idly wondered why I hadn't noticed it before. I went inside and poured myself a glass of orange juice. The fridge had pictures that my daughters drew, happy, crooked stick figures that looked nothing like the beautiful horrors their mother used to churn out. I was happy about that. I hoped they would fall in love with numbers like I did. It was absolutely silent, and I sipped the sweet citrus and enjoyed the nothingness. Then I thought I caught a vague scent of fresh paint in the air. Curious, I walked into the living room, and there was my wife, sitting on the leather couch with a bottle of wine, looking like an angel of death. She was covered head to toe in blue-gray body paint, with a special concentration underneath her eyes. She was wearing a revealing patchwork blue dress, covered in crosses of various shapes and sizes. Not a dress, I realized, but the shredded shower curtain from so many years ago. I could see most of her still perfect breasts, the curve of her waist. The bottle of wine was elongated and painted a strange shade of orange. The smell of paint was stronger in here, an overwhelming smell of lighter fluid and something else I couldn't place. She had shaven her head. I stared at her for a while, minutes, an hour maybe. Eventually, she took a swig of wine from the bottle, swirling it around in her mouth. I noticed paint, deep blues, and even deeper reds around her fingers. I sat down in the armchair across from her, unable to think of what exactly I wanted to ask her. Maybe because I knew, maybe because I didn't want to know. I noticed a camera on the table between us. I went to pick it up and she rested her gray hand on mine before I could, softly, gently, with all the familiarity of years of marriage. She opened her mouth to speak, soft pink lips made pallid by the paint. They were mine, and I've been sitting here, knowing what's behind the door to my daughter's room, with the klimt wall we never repainted, knowing why my phone keeps ringing with calls from the school, from the NYPD, knowing why I couldn't find my sleeping pills last night, knowing what that smell is, seeing in my peripheral the red pooling and staining the carpet from underneath the door, the pile of clothes neatly folded next to my wife on the couch. I can picture that thick wire she used to fit all of her subjects where she wanted them. What a perfect, detailed recreation it must be, because she's so perfect. I see the phoenix in my mind's eye. I hope, when she flicks that cigarette she's about to light, we both fiercely burn. The renovation. I never should have bought this house. That's what everyone says after a haunting, right? But I really shouldn't have bought this house. The listing price was suspiciously low for the Cambridge area. A Victorian-era home with original hardwood floors, crown molding, and enough square footage to actually have a home office. The realtor mentioned something vague about the previous owners leaving suddenly due to family circumstances, but I was too excited about finally owning property in this outrageously expensive market to dig deeper. Besides, what family doesn't have circumstances? The home inspection revealed the usual century-old house problems: outdated wiring, some water damage in the basement, creaky floorboards. Nothing particularly alarming. I was actually relieved. I'd budgeted for renovations, expecting far worse. The inspector did note some unusual modifications to the original floor plan, with certain walls appearing to have been added in the 1960s that didn't quite match the home's architectural style. But again, what old house doesn't have quirks from decades of different owners? I closed on the property in October. The autumn light filtered beautifully through the tall windows, casting warm patterns across the worn floors. The rooms still held that peculiar emptiness of a just-purchased house, that liminal space between someone else's home and your own. I spent that first week making plans, measuring rooms, and researching contractors. I wanted to restore some of the home's original Victorian charm while updating it for modern living. The first strange thing I noticed was the temperature. Certain spots in the house were inexplicably cold, even with the heating running full blast. I initially blamed poor insulation, but these cold spots seemed to move. One day the master bedroom would be freezing. The next it would be perfectly comfortable while the kitchen became an icebox. The contractors I hired to update the heating system couldn't find any obvious issues with the HVAC. It was during the initial demolition phase that we found it. The crew was removing some of the newer drywall to expose the original plaster walls when their tools struck something solid. Behind the drywall was another wall, but this one had a door. The door was made of thick, dark wood, with ornate carvings around the frame that matched the home's Victorian aesthetic. It had clearly been part of the original construction, but at some point, someone had sealed it away behind a false wall. There was no doorknob, just a simple brass handle. The crew looked to me for direction. part of me wanted to seal it back up immediately. There had to be a reason someone had hidden it, right? But curiosity won out. I gave them the go-ahead to clear away the remaining drywall. The door opened with surprising ease, its hinges silent despite decades of disuse. Behind it was a small room, maybe 6 to 8 feet, with no windows. The walls were covered in the same elaborate Victorian wallpaper found elsewhere in the house, though here it was faded to an indeterminate grayish color. The hardwood floor was bare except for a single wooden chair in the center of the room. The chair was positioned to face the corner. Something about that chair made my skin crawl. It was a simple piece, probably from the same era as the house, but its positioning seemed deliberately unsettling. Who would put a single chair facing a corner, and why seal up the entire room? The crew was clearly unnerved. I tried to laugh it off. Probably just an old punishment room for naughty children. But no one smiled. I told them to take a break while I documented the discovery for my renovation blog. As I photographed the room, I noticed other odd details. There were scratch marks on the floor around the chair legs, as if it had been repeatedly dragged into that exact position. The wallpaper in the corner the chair faced was more deteriorated than the rest, with long vertical tiers running from floor to ceiling, and despite the decades of dust coating everything else, the chair's seat was clean, as if recently used. I closed the door and told the crew to continue with their scheduled work elsewhere in the house. We could deal with this room later. But as they packed up their tools that evening, I caught them making furtive glances toward that corner of the house. I didn't blame them. Even with the door closed and hidden from view, you could feel its presence, like a weight pressing against your consciousness. That night I had trouble sleeping. The house seemed different now, as if finding that room had changed something fundamental about its character. The usual creaks and settling noises of an old home took on new meaning. I could have sworn I heard scratching coming from inside the walls. When I came downstairs the next morning, all of my furniture had been rearranged. Every chair, every couch, every stool was turned to face that corner of the house where we'd found the door. Even the heavy antique buffet had been rotated 90 degrees. I called the police. The responding officers were sympathetic but unhelpful. There were no signs of forced entry, nothing was missing, and technically no crime had been committed. They suggested I install security cameras and made some notes for their report. I spent the rest of the day putting everything back in place, trying to convince myself there must be a rational explanation. Maybe I had a very specific burglar with an interest in interior design. The security company couldn't come until the following week, so I pushed my heavy dresser in front of the bedroom door before going to bed. The scratching in the walls was louder that night. It seemed to move through the house, traveling from room to room in a circular pattern. Around 3 a.m., I distinctly heard footsteps in the hallway, slow, deliberate steps that stopped right outside my door. I lay perfectly still, watching the shadow visible beneath the door, waiting for someone to try the handle. After what felt like hours, the shadow moved away. The next morning, all the furniture was facing the corner again, including my dresser. When the contractors arrived, they immediately noticed something was off. Their tools from the previous day, which they'd locked in the garage, were arranged in a perfect circle in the center of the living room floor. Each tool was positioned with mechanical precision, forming a complete circle with exactly equal spacing between items. In the center of the circle was the chair from the hidden room. 2 of the contractors quit on the spot. Can't say I blame them. The foreman, a burly man named Mike, who'd been in construction for 20 years, tried to convince them to stay. "Look, "Weird stuff happens in old houses," he said. "We can work somewhere else in the building, leave this area alone." That's when we heard the humming. It was coming from the hidden room, a soft melodic sound like someone quietly singing to themselves. We all froze. The humming grew louder, more distinct. It was a woman's voice, singing what sounded like a lullaby. But the words were wrong somehow, like English played backwards. Mike approached the door slowly, his hand reaching for the handle. I wanted to stop him, to tell him not to open it, but I couldn't make my voice work. He pushed the door open. The room was empty except for the chair, which was still in the center of the floor where we'd left it. But now there were handprints on the walls, hundreds of them, overlapping, made in what looked like ash or dark soil. They started at about waist height and continued up the walls and across the ceiling, all oriented toward that corner. The humming had stopped. The remaining crew packed up their tools and left. Mike promised to call me later about continuing the renovation, but his voice shook as he said it. I knew he wouldn't be back. I should have left too. Any sane person would have run from that house and never looked back. But I'd sunk my entire savings into this place, and some stubborn part of me refused to be driven out by what was probably just an elaborate prank. I called a paranormal investigator instead. The investigator, a middle-aged woman named Sarah with graying hair and sensible shoes, arrived that afternoon. She didn't seem fazed by my story, calmly setting up various pieces of equipment while I recounted the events of the past few days. She had me draw a floor plan of the house, marking the location of the hidden room, and noting where all the furniture had been repositioned. "Interesting pattern," she said, studying my drawing. "It's not just that everything faces the corner. It's all arranged in concentric circles with decreasing radius as you get closer to that room, like a spiral drawing inward." She looked up at me. "Have you sat in the chair?" The question sent a chill down my spine. "No, of course not. Why would I?" "Because you want to." It wasn't a question. "You've been thinking about it, haven't you? Wondering what it would feel like, just for a moment." I started to deny it, but she was right. Ever since we'd found that room, some part of me had been drawn to that chair. Even now I could feel its pull, like a physical sensation in my chest. Sarah nodded as if I'd confirmed something. "That's how it starts. The compulsion grows stronger over time. Previous owners." She trailed off as a loud thump came from upstairs, followed by the sound of something heavy being dragged across the floor. We rushed up the stairs to find my bed had been moved. It was now pointed toward the corner, its headboard pressed against the wall as if trying to phase through it, to align with that hidden room. While we stood there processing this, all the lights in the house went out. In the sudden darkness, I heard Sarah intake breath sharply. "Do you smell that?" I did. It was a musty, organic smell, like wet soil and decaying leaves. It seemed to be coming from the walls themselves, and underneath it, barely detectable, was the metallic tang of blood. The scratching started again, more intense than before. It was all around us now, a frenzied scratching punctuated by dull thuds, as if multiple someones were trying to claw their way through the walls. Sarah's equipment began beeping and whirring, the displays lighting up with activity. Then we heard the singing. It was the same backwards lullaby as before, but now it was coming from multiple voices, all slightly out of sync with each other. The effect was profoundly wrong, like a corrupted audio file played through broken speakers. The voices seemed to be moving, circling us in the darkness. Sarah's face was illuminated by her equipment's displays, casting harsh shadows that made her look skull-like. "We need to leave," she said. "Now. Before—" The singing stopped abruptly. In the sudden silence, we heard footsteps coming from the hidden room. Slow, deliberate steps moving toward the door. We ran. Outside, the autumn evening was jarringly normal. Cars drove past. Leaves skittered across the sidewalk. Somewhere a dog was barking. Sarah's professional demeanor had cracked. Her hands shook as she packed up her equipment. "I can recommend some colleagues who specialize in cleansing houses," she said. "But honestly, my professional advice would be to sell. Whatever's in there, it's old, and it's patient, and it's been feeding for a very long time." "Feeding on what?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. She gestured to my phone, which was still displaying the floor plan we'd drawn. The spiral pattern of furniture now seemed obvious, almost painfully so. "Notice anything about the dimensions of that hidden room? It's exactly the same size as the original house's parlor, according to the historic plans I found. That room shouldn't exist. There's not enough space for it. It's as if it's been folded somehow, tucked into a corner of reality where it doesn't belong." She continued, "The chair is a focus point, an anchor. When someone sits in it, well, let's just say the previous owners didn't leave due to family circumstances. They're still here in a way, parts of them at least, and they're not alone." I spent that night in a hotel, researching the house's history. The more I dug, the more disturbing the pattern became. Every few decades, a family would move in, begin renovations, and then disappear. The official records cited various reasons: foreclosure, family emergency, job relocation, but the timing was always the same. It happened shortly after they started opening up walls. The earliest record I could find was from 1891, when the original owner, a wealthy industrialist named Theodore Barrett, began extensive renovations on the house. According to newspaper articles from the time, Barrett became increasingly obsessed with sacred geometry and dimensional folding. His journals, excerpts of which were published after his disappearance, described experiments with non-Euclidean spaces and attempts to create a door where there should be no door. Barrett's wife reported that he spent hours sitting in their parlor, staring at the corner, muttering about the angles being all wrong. She said he would walk in circles around the house, measuring distances that somehow never added up the same way twice. The last entry in his journal read simply, "The corner is not a corner, it is a curve, and we are all already around it." 2 months later, the entire Barrett family vanished. The house stood empty for years until, in 1918, a young couple bought it and began their own renovations. Their story ended the same way. I should have taken Sarah's advice and sold the house immediately, but something kept me from contacting a realtor. The same something that kept drawing my thoughts back to that chair, wondering what Barrett had seen while sitting in it, wondering what all the others had seen before they. The scratching in the walls is getting louder now. The handprints have begun appearing throughout the house, on the ceiling, in the bathrooms, under the beds, always pointed toward that corner. The singing comes more frequently, and sometimes I catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision. Dark shapes walking in perfect circles, their movements synchronized like planets in orbit. My furniture rearranges itself every night now, and I've stopped trying to move it back. The spiral pattern is almost beautiful once you understand it. Everything flowing toward a central point, drawn by an inexorable gravity. I find myself walking in circles too, measuring rooms that seem larger on the inside than simple geometry should allow. The chair calls to me. Every day the compulsion grows stronger. I dream about sitting in it, about finally seeing what Barrett saw, about understanding why the corner is not a corner but a curve. I dream about joining the others in their endless circling, adding my voice to their backward songs. I'm writing this as a warning, I suppose, though I doubt it will make a difference. The house will find new owners after I'm gone, and they too will begin renovations, and they too will find that door. Or perhaps they'll find a different door, leading to the same room that is somehow both here and not here, contained within itself, like a Klein bottle or a Mobius strip. The scratching is very loud tonight. The walls pulse with it, like a heartbeat, like breathing. The handprints are spreading across my desk as I write, appearing one by one, reaching toward that corner that is not a corner. The singing is starting again, and I recognize some of the voices now. Soon, I'll recognize all of them. I know I should leave, run, escape while I still can, but the chair is waiting and I'm so very tired of fighting its pull. Maybe I'll just sit for a moment, just a moment to see what Barrett saw, to understand why the angles are wrong, why the measurements never add up, why the corner is really a curve. Just for a moment. I can hear them walking now, circling, circling. Their footsteps echo through spaces that shouldn't exist, marking time like a metronome. The handprints have reached my fingers as I type these last words. They're so warm. Everything is warm here, despite the cold spots. Everything is connected, curved, folded in on itself like an origami universe. The chair is calling. I think I'll sit down now, just for a moment, just to see, just to understand why the corner is not a... The following text was found carved into the wall of the hidden room, beneath layers of handprints. The corner is not a corner. The door is not a door. The room is not a room. We are not alone. We are not separate. We are all around the curve. Come sit with us, just for a moment, just for a moment. If you're armed and at the Glenmont Metro, please shoot me. Make it a headshot. Shoot me in the temple, aiming slightly downwards. I need the bullet to travel the shortest possible distance through my brain before it hits my hippocampus. If I'm lucky, the sensation of the gunshot ripping through my skull will only last a few decades. As awful as this sounds, you'll be doing me an enormous favor. Death by a headshot, as soon as possible, is vastly better than the alternative. My ordeal started over 10,000 years ago. At 10:15 this morning, I earn extra money by participating in drug trials. I'm a so-called healthy subject who takes experimental drugs to help assess side effects. Once it was a kidney drug. A few times it's been something for blood pressure or cholesterol. This morning they told me the drug I took was a psychoactive substance intended to accelerate brain function. None of the drugs I had tested so far have ever done anything for me, in the recreational sense. In other words, none of the drugs I've tested have given me a killer buzz, or mellowed me out or anything. Maybe I've always ended up the placebo group, but nothing I've tested had affected me at all. Today's drug was different. This shit worked. They gave me a pill at 10:15 and told me to hang out in the waiting room until they called me back for some tests. Only about 30 minutes, the research assistant told me. I flopped onto the waiting room couch and read a few articles from a copy of Psychology Today that was sitting on the coffee table. They hadn't called me back when I finished the Psychology Today, so I picked up a U.S. News and read it cover to cover. Then I read an old Scientific American. What was taking them so damn long? I sluggishly turned my head to look at the wall clock. It was only 10:23 a.m. I had read all 3 magazines in 8 minutes. I remember thinking this was going to be a long day. I was right. The waiting room had a little bookshelf with some used hardcovers on it. When I stood up to walk to the bookshelf, it felt like my legs barely worked. It's not that they were weak. They were just slow. It took a full minute just to stand up off the couch, and another minute to take 2 steps to the bookcase. I scanned the old books on the shelf and picked out a copy of Moby Dick. My arms had the same problems as my legs. Just reaching 1 foot in front of me to grab the book took a long time. I actually got bored, just waiting for my hand to reach the spine of the book. I slogged back to the couch and collapsed onto it in a slow-motion fall that reminded me of the low-gravity hops of astronauts on the moon. I opened Moby Dick, slowly, and began reading. I started with Call Me Ishmael and got as far as Ahab throwing his pipe into the sea, which was all the way to friggin' chapter 30, before they called me back. "How are you feeling?" the research assistant asked me. "I feel slow," I said. "Actually, it's the other way around. Everything seems slow because you're so fast. But my legs, my arms, they're moving in slow motion. Your body seems like it's moving slowly because your brain is fast. Your brain is running 10 or 20 times faster than normal. You are thinking and perceiving reality at an accelerated pace, but your body is still constrained by the laws of biomechanics. Frankly, you're moving much faster than a normal person." She pantomimed a jogging motion. "But your brain is running so much faster right now that even your fast walk seems very slow to you." I thought about my slow motion flop onto the waiting room couch. Even if my muscles had slowed down, my body would still react to gravity the same way. But in the waiting room, I even fell in slow motion. Slow muscles couldn't explain why gravity seemed weaker. My brain was going at warp 10. That's how I managed to read 3 magazines in the first 30 chapters of Moby Dick in 15 minutes. They ran a series of tests on me. The physical tests were fun. They made me juggle 3 balls, then 4, then 6. I had no problem keeping 6 balls in the air because they seemed to be moving so slowly. It was boring, frankly, waiting for each ball to move through its arc so I could catch it with my slow-motion hands and toss it back into the air. They threw Cheerios in the air, and I caught them with chopsticks. They dropped a handful of coins, and I counted the total value before they hit the ground. The cognitive tests were less fun but very illuminating. Finish a 50-word word search, 3 seconds. Solve an intricate maze drawn onto a poster-sized paper, 2 seconds. View a slideshow projected at 10 images per second and answer detailed questions about what I saw, 95% correct. They told me I measured over 250 on the Knopf scale. Apparently that's deep into the superhuman range of thinking speeds. Then they sent me home. "It'll wear off in a few hours," they said, "which will seem like days to you. Try to use the residual effects to get some work done. Catch up on work emails while you're still in high-speed mode." The ride home was horrible. It was only 3 metro stops, and in real-world time it only took about 35 minutes. But in my drug-accelerated hypertime, it felt like days. Days. Just walking out of the medical research suite to the elevator seemed like it took an hour. I sprinted out of the office, willing my legs to push me faster. But the laws of biomechanics held me prisoner. As accelerated as my brain was, I couldn't do anything to make my legs work faster. The huge disconnect between my body and mind made it extremely difficult to judge how and when to slow down, turn, or rotate my body. I had basically turned into giant slow-motion spaz. I misjudged my speed and rammed into the wall by the elevator button at a pretty good speed. Even though I could see the wall coming at me, I couldn't make my finger, outstretched to hit the elevator button, move away fast enough, and I jammed it against the wall. Hard. The pain was intense. If my brain had been running at regular speed, it probably only would have hurt for 30 seconds or so. But in my accelerated state, the intense pain seemed to last for half an hour, 45 minutes maybe. The elevator ride was horrible. It felt like I spent 4 or 5 hours just descending 7 floors, with nothing to look at but the interior of the elevator car. I sprinted to the metro station. I have to admit, this part was almost fun. Even though my body moved at what seemed to me super slow speed, I could still carefully choose how and where to place my feet, swing my arms, and turn my torso. It only took a block or two to getting used to having a brain that ran 24 times faster than my body. Then I basically sprint danced the rest of the way, twisting and juking between people on the sidewalk and dodging moving cars with inches, aka minutes, of clearance. I spent an hour in my time frame descending into the subway and running to the platform. Endless tedium waiting the 6 minutes for the Red Line train to arrive. Although there was more to look at on the metro platform than inside the elevator, it was still intensely boring. I should have stolen that copy of Moby Dick. The Red Line train roared into the station in slow motion. The normally high-pitched squeal of its brakes was frequency shifted by my high-speed mind to a long, low tone, like a monotone tuba solo. It wasn't just the squealing subway train that was 3 octaves lower than normal. All sound was slowed to the point of near inaudibility. Voices were gone, shifted below the threshold frequency of my hearing. I did manage to hear a screaming baby on my subway car, her shrieks slowed to sound like whale songs. Sharp sounds like a car horns and trucks bouncing over potholes were low, muddied roars like distant thunder. Back at the research offices, I could still hear and communicate with the research staff, but now verbal communication with anyone would be impossible. The effects of the drug were still intensifying. I spent what seemed like days on that fucking Red Line train. Days. Listening to the whale song of the screaming baby and the tuba solo of the brakes. Where ordinary voices were frequency shifted out of my audio range, smells didn't seem to be affected. I never became nose blind to the body odor, the stench of the train's brakes, and melange of farts and other smells wafting through the metro car. I finally got back to my apartment. Sprinting through my open door and into the front hall at full speed was like a slow, relaxing drift down a lazy river. I was relieved to be home. At least I had stuff I could do there. I picked up the book I was reading, 100 Years of Solitude, and finished it. Despite turning the pages so quickly that I tore many of them, it seemed like most of the time I spent finishing the book was spent on page turning and not actually reading. 3 minutes had passed since I got home. I tried surfing the internet. My God. It takes a long time for computers to boot these days, but it was too frustratingly slow. Hours, seemingly, to load each new page, and a fraction of a second to read it. 100 articles in my news feed read, and just 3 more minutes done. I dipped into my pile of yet-to-be-read books and finished 2 more. 4 more minutes had passed. I decided to try to sleep off the remaining effects of the drug. Unfortunately, whatever part of my mind is responsible for perception, the part that's been accelerated to hyper speeds by the drug, isn't the same as the part that governs sleep. Despite being awake for what I perceived as days, my physical brain still thought it was 1:25 p.m. It was not ready for sleep. Nevertheless, I tried to sleep. I walked to my bedroom, a slow 45-minute drift through my apartment. and flung myself into bed, lazily falling like a feather onto the mattress. I closed my eyes and lay there for hours and hours, 10 minutes of reality time, before giving up. Sleep would not come. I was facing what was going to feel like days, or maybe even weeks of being trapped in a slow-motion prison. So I took an Ambien. The sensation of the pill and the splash of water I used to swallow it, sliding my throat, was sickening. A lump that blocked my breathing, moving like a slug down my esophagus. I read a book. 10 minutes had passed. I read another. 18 minutes since I took the Ambien. I threw the book across the room in disgust at my situation. The book slowly pirouetted and spun through the air like a leaf blowing in a breeze. It hit the wall with a long, faint rumble, the only sound I had had for what seemed like hours, then drifted to the floor like a flip-flop sinking in a swimming pool. The force of gravity hadn't changed since I took the pill. The laws of physics were the same. It was just my perception of time that had gone wackadoo. This meant I could use the speed things seemed to fall as a way of judging the effects of the drug. Based on how long it took the book to drift to the floor, I estimated the effects of the drug were still intensifying. I read a magazine. I turned on the television. I clearly saw each frame of video like I was watching a slideshow. Frustrated, I turned the television off. I read some more. The first 2 books of Churchill's A History of the English-Speaking Peoples. Not exactly a light read. Frankly, I hated it. But given the hours of tedium it would take to go get another book off my bookshelf, just sitting on the couch and reading Churchill was better, or at least less worse. It had now been 35 minutes since I took the Ambien. I lay down on the couch and closed my eyes. Time passed. I inhaled. An hours-long process. Time passed. I exhaled for more hours. Sleep would not come. I needed a new plan. I decided to go back to the offices where they gave me the drug. Maybe they would have something that could counteract its effects, or at least something to knock me out until it wore off. I exited my apartment as fast as possible, taking hours in my time frame to do so. I didn't even bother locking the door. It would have taken too long. Down the stairs, it's faster than the elevator if you run. Through the lobby, out the front door, and onto the street. These few things felt like a long day at the office. Sprinting down the street, dancing and weaving between pedestrians with what must have looked to them superhuman dexterity. Down the first flight of stairs at the metro, across the landing, another hour, then on to the second flight of stairs. That's when the Ambien hit me. The Ambien didn't make me sleepy. Not at all. Instead, it must have had a severe cross-reaction with the experimental drug I took this morning. I was bounding down the second flight of stairs, moving in slow motion, but still making perceptible progress. Then, wham, everything stopped. The dull roar of the street and metro noise ceased, replaced by the most perfect silence I've ever experienced. My downwards motion seemed to completely freeze. Before the Ambien kicked in, my perception of time was maybe a few hundred times slower than real time. After the Ambien took effect, time moved thousands of times slower. Every second seemed like days to me. Even just moving my eyes to focus on a new point was like an impossibly slow scroll across my visual field. Over the course of the afternoon, I learned how to walk, run, and jump when my mind ran hundreds of times faster than my body. But with another 4 or 5 orders of magnitude of slowdown caused by the Ambien, body control was almost impossible. I fell on the stairs. Even though I was all but frozen in mid-step, controlling my muscles was impossible. I commanded my foot forwards for hours, then backwards for hours more, when it seemed like I would miss the next step. hours attempting to adjust the angle of my ankle, then readjusting when it felt wrong. Despite these efforts, I rolled my ankle on the next step. The pain wasn't at all mitigated by the slowness. Hours of increasing strain on my bent ankle. The nerve signals that send pain into the brain must work differently than the nerves in my ear. Sonic energy was spread out over time, diluted until it was imperceptible. Pain flowed into my brain undiluted by the change in my perception of time. Hours and hours of increasing weight on my turned ankle turned into hours of increasing pain upon increasing pain. I pitched forwards, my high-speed mind completely unable to control my low-speed body. I drifted downwards for days, managing to rotate my torso enough to keep my head from impacting the ground first. I eventually landed on my right shoulder. At first the impact wasn't even noticeable. Then I felt a slight pressure in my shoulder as it came in contact with the ground. The pressure grew, bringing increasing pain for hour upon hour. My shoulder finally gave out, popping out of its socket with an endless, sickening tug. I came to a stop days later, crumpled onto the ground, staring at the ceiling. The pain in my shoulder still screaming with the intensity of a fresh, violent injury. I had plenty of time to think during that fall. If every second seemed like days to me, then each minute of real-world time would be like years. Even if the drug cleared out of my system in the next 2 or 3 hours, this nightmare would seem to last centuries. By the time I hit the ground, I had a plan. I would somehow get to the platform and throw myself in front of a train. I twisted onto my hands and knees, days of my dislocated shoulder crying for relief. I misjudged my rotation and rolled onto my back. I tried again, collapsing onto my face as I tried to figure out how to control a body that moved slower than grass grew. Weeks of effort were finally rewarded with success. I stabilized on my hands and knees. If just getting on all fours was this difficult, I figured that walking or running was completely out of the question. So I crawled. I crawled through the metro tunnel. The dumb looks on the faces in the crowd lingered on me for weeks. I crawled under the turnstile and onto the escalator. The escalator spilled the rush hour crowd onto the platform at the same speed a glacier spills ice into the sea. I looked out over the crowded platform during my interminable downward ride. The train status sign said the next train wouldn't arrive for 20 minutes. 20 minutes was like a year to me. I'd have to spend a year on the metro platform, waiting to die. I crawled off the escalator, enduring days of stupid expressions on the commuters' faces. I crawled a few feet to a concrete bench and curled up next to it, trying to find a position to lessen the pain in my shoulder. Then my problem with time got worse, impossibly worse. The massive slowdown on the stairs was just the beginning of the interaction between the experimental drug and the Ambien. It fully hit me while I was curled up by the bench. I blinked. Years of darkness followed. Sound was already gone. And with my blink, sight was gone as well. All that existed was the pain from my fall. My hyper-accelerated mind wasted no time compensating for the lack of sensory input. Voices spoke to me. They sung to me in languages that never existed. Patterns and faces and colors came and went in my mind's eye. I recalled my whole life and imagined living another. I forgot English. I settled into a profound despair. I spoke to God. I became God. I imagined a new universe and brought it to life with my thoughts. Then I did it all again, and again. My eyes opened with geologic slowness. A faint glow. Weeks. A slit of light. Weeks. A narrow view of the metro platform, ankles of the commuters near me, and an advertisement on the opposite wall. I extracted my phone from my pocket. A project that spanned decades. How can I even explain the boredom? The pain in my shoulder is nothing compared to the boredom. Every thought I can think, I have thought hundreds of times already. The view of ankles and advertisements never changes. Never. The boredom is so intense it's tangible, like a solid object of metal and stone wedged into my skull. Inescapable. What are my options? If I crawl and fall onto the tracks without an oncoming train to crush me, I won't die. I'll experience even more pain from the 4-foot fall, but I'll most likely be rescued by some do-gooder on the platform and unable to act when the train finally does arrive. My suffering in that scenario will be endless. So I wait for the train, so I can throw myself under it. When it finally hits me, I will experience the pain of being ripped to pieces for centuries, until finally, the light of life leaves my brain, and my experience ends. I've lived hundreds of lifespans at the foot of this bench. I am far older, in spirit, than any human who has ever lived. Most of my life experience has been a snapshot of pain huddled on the floor of a subway platform with an unchanging view of ankles and advertisements. This post is my plan B, my Hail Mary, my long shot. I've spent lifetimes typing and posting this message in the hope that someone will read it and become convinced that my suffering must end. Someone on this platform right now. Someone who will find the man curled under the bench, the man who crawled down the escalator, and kill him as swiftly as possible. A bullet to the temple. If you're armed and at the Glenmont Metro, please shoot me. Room 733. The suicide room. That's what they called room 733, as if I didn't have enough to worry about on my first day as a freshman. We had assigned to dorm room 734, which it turns out wasn't one of the nice add-on rooms in the South Hall. No, we found ourselves in the older wing of the building on the 7th floor. I wasn't too bummed out, though. At least they'd honored my request to room with my best friend. Lydia and I spent most of the morning moving ourselves in. By the time our resident advisor came by, I was taping up posters and Lydia was reading. "Hi, girls. I'm Beth," chirped the bubbly blonde girl as she bounded into our room. "I'll be your RA this year." "Hi," I nodded at her. "Wow, you girls really work fast," she said, taking in our made beds and hung up clothes. Beth picked up a drawing of Cthulhu that Lydia had done over the summer. She turned it sideways, studying it. "Is this the Kraken from Pirates of the Caribbean?" Lydia glared at her over the top of her book. "So anyway," the RA continued, "I know our hall isn't as new as the South Hall, but trust me, there's a lot of history here. This building is almost 60 years old." "Yes, I can see that," I said, looking around. "The rooms are pretty small." "Well, people were smaller in the 50s. Beth shrugged. "Really?" Lydia said flatly. "Yep, really." Beth pursed her lips and just continued to stand there while the room filled with awkward silence. "So," I said, "the corner room next to us, 733, is it? It looks a lot bigger than our room. Is anyone assigned to that room, or could we maybe—" "Oh, you don't want that room," Beth interrupted. "There were a couple suicides in there. A hanging and a jumper, if I remember right. They're not assigning anyone to that room. Anyway, I'd just like to remind you that this is an all-girls floor, and guys are not allowed up here after 11. Before we could reply to her, Beth clapped her hands, and with a quick, "Well, nice meeting you," she skipped out of the room. Lydia dropped her book on the bed and stared out into the hall. I hate her. Did you hear that bomb she dropped? I'm going to call her Dumbshit Beth. Lydia, seriously, suicides? Oh, Becca, relax. Every college campus has a few suicides. Yeah, but in the same room? Lydia sighed. Really? Who cares? It's not our room. Yeah, I guess. I turned to study the little window in our room. Can you imagine climbing out of that tiny window and jumping? You'd be alive for at least 5 seconds before you hit the ground. Oh, Becca, can you not? Lydia glanced at the window and visibly shuddered. You know I hate heights, and just talking about that shit is raising my blood pressure. We could always move into the suicide room, I teased her. That one has a window on each wall. You... Okay. But seriously, think about it. It would take a lot of commitment to squeeze out of that tiny window. Yeah, well, remember, people were apparently smaller back then. Lydia mumbled as she pushed her bed further away from the window. Since Lydia was an outgoing and friendly person, we made friends at lightning speed. There were a lot of parties in those first few weeks, at one of which Lydia inevitably met a guy. I'd known the girl since we were in diapers, so I fully anticipated her having a boyfriend by the end of September. His name was Mike, and he wasn't anything special. Just your standard frat pledge douche canoe. After about a month on campus, the novelty of college started wearing off. Lydia and I found our stride, and we spent more weekends studying than drinking. Midterms were coming up in a couple weeks, and I was determined to maintain a 4.0 GPA throughout my freshman year. One night in early October, I was woken up by a loud, grinding sound. I sat up in bed and strained to hear it again. Lydia was also wide awake and listening. Slam. What the? She mouthed to me. It wasn't unusual for there to be noise in the hallways since other people came in at all hours of the night. But this sound had definitely come from next door, the corner room. Grind. Is that? Yeah, Lydia whispered. That's the window next door. At Lydia's insistence, we kept our window closed at all times. However, there was no mistaking the sound of the window in room 733 being opened and closed again at regular intervals. Slam. Who's in there? Lydia shrugged. Is someone with us? Is this like initiation? Lydia raised her eyebrow at me. Initiation to what? I don't know. College? Maybe they're hazing the freshmen? Grind. It opened. Who is hazing freshmen? I shrugged. Slam. It shut. Becca, I love you, but that was stupid. I threw a pillow at her. Well, whoever it is, go tell them to knock it the off. Me? I'm not risking being thrown out a window. Grind. Well, I'm not doing it. I'm an art major. You're a political science major. You go lay down the law. That. Then call dumb shit Beth. Isn't this the kind of nonsense she should deal with? Slam. I'm not calling her. Don't you put that evil on me? Fine, Lydia whispered loudly. Then we'll just have to ignore it. I have class at 7:30, I whispered. Grind. Then do something. Ugh. I got out of bed and stomped to the door, threw it open dramatically, and went down the hall to pound on the door to room 733, which simply said, supply room. People are trying to sleep. Please stop, I said when there was no answer. Slam. Dude, seriously. I sighed. I stepped back from the door and immediately noticed problem. Room 733 was padlocked shut from the outside. I hurried back to my room. What happened? Lydia asked. I'm not going anywhere near that room again. It's locked from the outside. I don't know how anybody could get in there. So, You're saying it's a spooky ghost? She laughed. No, I'm saying there is creepy shit going on inside a room colloquially called the suicide room. Lydia scoffed and rolled over to go back to sleep. You should have been a drama major. We didn't hear the window next door again that night, but the next morning you could clearly see from outside that both windows in the corner room were now wide open. I watched the windows on room 733 for an entire week, but they remained open. Occasionally at night, I thought I could hear a noise next door, like marbles dropping and rolling across the floor. Since it never woke Lydia up, I didn't bother to say anything. One afternoon, I was alone in the dorm editing notes on my laptop. I had my headphones in, but the music wasn't loud enough to cover the noise of someone knocking on the door. "Come in," I said without looking up from the screen. A moment went by, and then I heard the knocking again. I jerked my earbuds out and slammed the laptop closed. I turned around. "Come." What the? The door to the hallway was wide open. I'd left it open on purpose since Ian, a junior I was dating, was supposed to be stopping by. I heard the knocking again from behind me and literally jumped out of my chair. It had come from the other side of the room, the closet door. It was the closet that shared a wall with room 733. Lydia, you're not funny. Nothing. Lydia, I swear to God I will punch you in your face. Silence. I walked over to the closet door and grasped the handle. Lydia, you're a what? Her voice came from the doorway behind me. I let go of the doorknob and stumbled back, wide-eyed. Lydia threw her stuff on the bed and turned to me, crossing her arms. I'm a what? I thought you were hiding in the closet, I said lamely. What? Why? Because someone was knocking on the door. Jesus, Becca. Lydia rubbed her forehead and walked over to the closet, throwing open the door. There was nothing there but clothes and boxes. She made a swipe of her arm as if to say, "What now?" I swear, Becca, there's no one here. I know what I heard. We glared at each other until our little standoff was interrupted by the timely arrival of Ian. He immediately sensed the tension in the room. Hi, ladies. What's new? I gave my roommate a hostile look. There's strange shit is going on in that room next door. But that's not new. Which room? 735 ? Or the empty one? The empty one, Lydia emphasized. 733. Yeah, I'm not surprised. That's the suicide room. Right. We heard about the deaths. I sat down on my bed. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. 3 suicides all in one dorm room. 3? Lydia raised her eyebrow. We were told there were 2. Well, there were a couple people in the 70s and then some guy about 10 years ago. He jumped out the window. Lydia and I both shuddered. Although she was much worse, we were both terrified of heights. A falling death was about the worst thing I could think of. I will admit that 3 suicides in the same dorm room is disturbing, Lydia said in an apologetic tone. Yeah, I heard there's something in that room, Ian said. Like what? No one knows, but every year someone has a new theory. Usually right around Halloween, something gets published in the campus paper. Whatever is in there, though, it ain't friendly. So, has anyone ever killed themselves in the neighboring rooms? Like this one? Nah, just 733. Honestly, I was surprised when I heard they were opening the North Hall this year. They told us we were the biggest incoming freshman class in 20 years, I said absent-mindedly. Yeah, I heard that too. You know you could request a room change. Ian sat down on the bed next to me and I leaned against his shoulder. Yeah, but they wouldn't keep us together, Lydia cut in. Becca and I have been best friends for 15 years. We can't room with other people. So should we just keep living here, next to Satan? I glanced at the closet door again. Lydia shrugged. At least we'll have some stories to tell after graduation. These aren't the kind of stories I want to tell. A few days later, Lydia began to believe my closet story. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of someone whispering. I looked over at Lydia, who was already staring at me with wide eyes. She slowly brought a finger to her lips. I listened intently, trying to hear what the voice was saying and where it was coming from, but I couldn't understand even one word. I got out of my bed and tiptoed over to Lydia's. The whispering was definitely louder over there, but then she shared a wall with room 733. I listened harder. Never taken mouths of fools. What the hell? Lydia leaned over and put her ear up to the wall. The whispers suddenly stopped and I leaned closer. Suddenly there was a loud bang from the other side. Lydia immediately recoiled and clutched her ear in pain. Someone was in there. Suddenly more angry than scared, I again threw open our door and stomped over to the supposedly empty supply room. I banged on the door loudly, not caring who else I woke up at this point. "Are you kidding me?" I yelled at the door. "This shit isn't funny anymore. Come out of that room, you asshole." Silence. And then the doorknob started to turn. I don't know what I'd expected to happen, but it wasn't that. I backed up so far from the door that I ran into the opposite wall. When the handle had turned all the way down, something started to push from the other side. The door groaned loudly, but the locks held. I held my breath until the pressure on the door subsided and the handle slowly returned to its normal position. I noticed Lydia peeking her head out of our room. She held up her hands as if to say what happened. "Someone thinks they're funny." I answered her out loud. She shook her head and disappeared back into our room. I knelt down on the floor and brought my head down to the carpet, peering under the door crack. It was the first time I had seen into the corner room. Room 733 was definitely a supply closet. There were chairs stacked along one wall and bed frames along the other. A few rotting mattresses were piled under one of the windows, and a thick layer of dust covered everything in the room. The windows were absolutely huge, which was something you couldn't really tell by looking up at the building. They were open as always, and I could definitely see how someone could easily climb through them to the outside ledge. The room didn't look like it had been disturbed in a couple of decades, which sent a shudder racking through my body. The moonlight, which had been providing enough light to see into the room, suddenly vanished, and I saw only pitch black inside. I blinked rapidly, trying to adjust my night vision. I squeezed my eyes shut, and when I opened them, a large yellow eye was looking back at me, only a few inches away from my face on the other side of the door. I screamed and woke up half the dorm. There was no denying that things were escalating. The next morning, Lydia and I put in dorm change requests with resident services and hoped for the best. In the meantime, we agreed to never be alone in our dorm room at night. Either we both spent the night at home, or neither of us did. We started spending most nights with our respective boyfriends. I told Ian everything that had happened, and he suggested I maybe talk to the campus Paranormal Society. I hesitantly made an appointment, and Lydia and I met with a small, cleanly dressed kid named Craig and 4 of his colleagues the following Tuesday. We told them everything we could remember, every incident, no matter how small. Craig and the 4 other members of the Paranormal Society sat quietly and took notes for half an hour. It wasn't until we finished that anyone spoke. "Is that all?" Craig asked. "Yes," I said slowly. "Would you mind waiting out in the hall for a few minutes so that I may confer with my colleagues?" "Sure," Lydia smiled indulgently and stood up. "Whatever you need." The door had barely shut behind us when Lydia snorted and rolled her eyes. "Let's go." "Go where?" I asked. "Are you serious?" "Lydia, come on. We need help. I am freaking out. We haven't stayed one night in our dorm since Thursday, so this isn't something we can just brush off." "Okay." She threw her hands up. "Let's hear what they have to say, and then we can go over to resident services and check on our move requests." We loitered out in the hallway for another 15 minutes before Craig came out and asked us to come back and take a seat. With all the pomp and circumstance of a meeting of Parliament, Craig cleared his throat and made his diagnosis. "What you're dealing with, ladies, is a very angry ghost." "Is that your professional opinion, Craig?" Lydia said. I shot her a look. "Yes," he stuttered. "A vengeful spirit." "A spirit?" I asked. I very much doubted that that's what we were dealing with. "Yes," answered one of the not Craigs. "That's ghost to the layperson." "Jesus Christ," Lydia groaned and rubbed her temples. Mistaking Lydia's frustration with despair, Craig rushed right into his speech. "Don't be afraid, ladies. We're going to take care of you. It's true that spirits can be quite a headache if you don't know how to exorcise them, which is why it's good you came to us. Suicides almost always result in angry ghosts. They need revenge." "Revenge on whom?" I asked. "On other students. Perhaps this particular spirit was bullied into taking his own life, and now seeks to torment others." Listen. We can take care of this for you right away. All we ask is a small donation to the society," Craig continued. "We honestly didn't realize that room was having this much activity. It's really very exciting." "Great. Well, thank you for your time," Lydia said, as she grabbed my hand and pulled me out of my chair. "Sir, do you want to set something up for this weekend?" Craig asked. "Tell you what, we'll call you." Lydia hurried me out of the room wearing a weary look, and we didn't speak again until we were almost to the admin building. "That was a waste of time," she said. "Look, I'm not disagreeing with you, but Becca, tell me you didn't honestly buy into that. So you don't think it's I was having trouble even saying the word. It sounded so ridiculous. Ghost? Well, I don't know, but neither do they. That guy had no idea what the he was talking about." I pulled my hood lower over my eyes as we stepped into line at the resident services desk. "Let me put it this way," Lydia continued. "They're playing Ghostbusters, and we're living The Exorcist." "Fine," I sighed. "Then what do you want to do? Just keep sleeping at Mike and Ian's until we get reassigned?" "I just want this to end." Lydia crossed her arms and stared straight ahead. We all wanted this to end. Even if living next to that room wasn't scary, it was sure as hell distracting. "All right. Well, I mean, we're probably safe during daylight hours, so as long as we don't spend nights there, we should be okay. Our room is only ghost adjacent after all, and our new assignments will come through soon." I checked my watch. It's almost 2. Shit, really? I gotta go. Mike got accepted to Sigma Chi and he's getting initiated today. Oh yeah, I forgot he rushed. The girl at the desk waved us forward. I hadn't even realized we'd reached the front of the line. "Let me know what they say," Lydia said as she ran out the door. The girl at the desk eyed me suspiciously as I approached. "Hi, You're the girl trying to move out of 734 in Riley, aren't you? She'd caught me off guard. Yeah, one of them. How'd you know? Sorry, I overheard you. I also saw your file cross my desk a few days ago, and I gotta ask, why are you looking to transfer rooms exactly? I was tired. I was beaten down. I didn't have the energy to think of a lie. Because shit is going on in the empty room next door, and it's really freaking us out. Noises, whispers, knocking. The other night I saw someone. You saw someone? Yeah. In room 733? Yeah, I looked under the door. There was definitely someone in there. The girl narrowed her eyes at me for a moment, and then nodded for no particular reason. Well, your rooms aren't ready yet, but I've pushed them through as a priority. For right now, you're stuck, though. There just isn't anywhere else to put you. I sighed. I'd figured as much. I'm Alice, she continued. And look, I've actually done a lot of research on the Riley suicides, and I think I can help you. Or at the very least, offer some insight. Really? I asked hesitantly. Absolutely. I'm in Taylor Hall, room 310. I'll be back to my dorm by 4 today. Thanks. We just came from the Paranormal Society on campus. Ugh, say no more. Alice rolled her eyes. Yeah, so I'll definitely see you at 4. Great, Alice said, and smiled. I was early to Taylor, but then so was she. I told our story for the second time that day, and Alice wasn't afraid to interrupt with questions, though her queries didn't betray her thoughts. When I was finished, she leaned back in her chair and sighed deeply. I can't believe it, she shook her head. I'd always heard rumors, but I honestly doubted any of it was true. I can assure you, everything I've told you is absolutely true. And how is it now, when you're there? We aren't ever there at night, but during the day we've heard scratching on the wall, really quiet whispering, and sometimes we still hear the window opening and closing in broad daylight. However, every time I look up from the street, the windows to 733 are open. Alice nodded. Well, for the record, I don't think you're in any danger. As much as it sucks, you guys are simply a casualty. You just need to stay out of room 733. I snorted. Are you kidding? I would never go in there. I believe that you believe that, but this thing, whatever it is, it's tricky, manipulative, a liar, and it's smarter than you. I'll try not to be offended by that. You shouldn't be. What do you think it is? Something very old and very evil. I regarded her skeptically and then let my eyes wander around the room. I hadn't really noticed the decor before, but to say Alice had an interest in the occult was an understatement. I can't see any situation where I would be compelled to enter that room. I know, but you have to be prepared that there may come a time when you have to make a decision about entering that room. Because what you're dealing with, it's already killed 5 people. 5? I thought it was 3. Yeah, well, not everyone is inclined to do the level of research that I do. Let's see. There was Ellen Burnham in 1961. She jumped out the window. She was the very first. And then Tad Collinsworth in 1968. He jumped too. Marissa Grigg in 1975. She hung herself. Erin Murphy in 1979. She jumped. And then Eric Dustin in 1992. He hung himself. 5 suicides. How could the university still let people live in there? They don't, apparently. That's why it's a supply room. And back then? Well, every few years, once everyone who would remember had graduated, the room would be reassigned. This was before the internet, you know, and the incoming freshmen were clueless. But after that last one, Eric Douston, they closed the entire north hall of the 7th floor and built more rooms onto the south hall. So what does it want? Alice shrugged. Chaos, death, souls. Who knows? No one even knows what it is. Okay, so what do we know? We know that it's somehow bound to that room, though it seems to have minimal influence just outside of it. We know that everyone who ever died was alone at the time. And we know that it's a trickster. That's what we know. It wasn't enough. Why do you think they do it? I asked quietly. The victims? I nodded. All I know is what's rumored to be in the evidence files. All the suicides were found with pictures or writings that were considered unspeakable at the time. They contained horrible, evil things that would make you physically sick to read or see, they say. And these people, they drew them? They wrote that stuff? Yep. Whatever is in that room drove them mad. That's terrifying. Have you guys considered getting somebody to bless the room? Jesus. Well, you'll have a hard time getting him, but perhaps some other sort of holy person. No, I mean Jesus. You're talking about an exorcism. Alice shrugged. Maybe. The rumor in the 70s was that this all started with a Ouija board game gone wrong in 1961. Really? That shit's made by Hasbro. Not in the 60s, it wasn't. Anyway, it's just a rumor. The only person on campus who would know is Tom Moen in admin. I've tried to talk to him before, but he refuses to see me. Did he go here in 1961? Yes. And he was staying in Riley. We need to talk to him. I need to know what is happening, or I won't be able to live the rest of my life as a well-adjusted person. I suppose we can try to chase him down on campus. Can we talk to him tomorrow? We can try. Mr. Moen wouldn't see us that day or the next. We tried to catch him on his lunch hour, and then again while he was leaving work, but he got around us every time. It was soon clear that the old man was actively avoiding us. Lydia and I had seen little of each other since we'd continued to sleep in other dorms. I went back to our room twice a day, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. Usually the other room was silent, but that didn't make me feel better. I could always sense something on the other side of the wall, somehow watching me. It felt like the calm before the storm. The Thursday before Halloween, I came back to the dorm to shower in the evening, much later than usual. I'd seen Lydia that afternoon, and she'd informed me that she had enough clothes stored at Mike's to last until graduation, so I knew I'd be there alone. I showered down the hall in the safety of the bathrooms, and then walked back to my room to change. I was supposed to meet Ian in half an hour to head out to a party, and I wanted to get out of here as quick as possible. Since the silence was unnerving me, I threw my iPod on the docking station and turned up AC/DC. I got dressed and then stood in front of the mirror to dry my hair. I flipped my head over and blow-dried upside down to try and give my hair some volume. When I flipped my head back up and shut off the blow-dryer, I immediately noticed the silence in the room. But that wasn't all I noticed. I wasn't in my dorm anymore. Behind me was reflected the dusty bed frames and large open windows of room 733. I spun around in a panic to find that I was actually standing in my own room. I looked back at the mirror to see that 733 still reflected there. A slight movement behind me was all it took to make me run. I grabbed my purse and phone and I fled from my room, slamming the door behind me. On the elevator ride down, I called Alice. "I can't do it anymore," I said when she picked up. "I can't go back in that room again. I can't ever go back." "What happened?" I told her. Jesus. "What do you want to do?" she asked. "I need to talk to someone who knows what is going on. Is Tom Moen the only person we know was here in 1961? "The only one I know of. Maybe we can get him on his way in tomorrow morning. We'll just corner him and refuse to move until he tells us something. He comes in at 6:30 according to the schedule I have. Do you want to meet me outside the Starbucks in the atrium?" "Yeah, I do. I have a class at 7:30, but I'll blow it off." "Okay, see you then." I wasn't usually much for parties, but I was glad I was going to one that night. As soon as we got there, I asked Ian to get me a drink. Since I wasn't usually much of a drinker, he gave me a raised eyebrow. I gave him a brief synopsis of what had happened earlier, hoping he wouldn't think I was crazy. Ian made me a scotch and coke. It was the first of many. Around midnight, I went to have a cigarette and checked my phone. I had a voicemail from Lydia left at 11:04 p.m. "Hey Becca, listen, I just had a huge fight with Mike. I guess his frat decided that for Halloween this year, all the new brothers have to spend the night in the suicide room. In our dorm. I can't take it. He knows what's been going on with us, and he still agreed to do this. He's now trying to convince me that Sigma Chi is behind all of the stuff going on in room 733, because they've been trying to drum up buzz for their Halloween deal. I can't." I hit end and threw my phone in my bag. No wonder Lydia was pissed. This was not good at all. I found Ian inside and asked him to take me home. I was suddenly very stressed, very tired, and very drunk. When the alarm went off at 6 a.m., it took everything I had to pull myself out of bed. I got dressed in the clothes I'd worn the night before and shuffled my way across campus to the atrium. Alice was already there with a black coffee in hand. "I figured you'd need this," she laughed. "How'd you know?" "Your texts?" "I texted you last night." "Yeah, at about 1. You told me about Sigma Chi." "Oh, God, yeah." I pushed my sunglasses higher up my nose and pulled my hood lower over my eyes. "Those guys are idiots. Remember how I told you that it's crafty? Well, what if the point of messing with you was to make 733 provocative, to seduce people into going inside? No one has been in that room for years. Can you imagine how hungry that thing is?" "Do you think they're really at risk?" I asked as I sat down on the steps to the admin building. "Yeah. In fact, the only thing they have going for them is that all those suicide victims were alone at the time of their deaths. So it'll be less powerful with all of them there? Theoretically, we would know a lot more if we knew what it was. And we can't know what it is without knowing how it got here. And that is why we need Moen." "What time is he supposed to get here?" "Actually, 20 minutes ago," Alice said grimly. It was another half an hour before we resigned ourselves to the fact that Mr. Moen had snuck around us as usual. We went to the front office hoping to beg again for an appointment with him anyway. The woman at the admin desk regarded us coldly. "Tom isn't coming in today. Or any other day for that matter. He quit yesterday. Looks like you won't be harassing him anymore." "We weren't harassing him," I said. "We just desperately needed to talk to him." "We still do," added Alice. "Well, you won't get any of his personal information from me," she said snidely, and walked away. "What the do we do now?" I asked Alice. "Without Tom Moen, there's nothing left to do." "Alice, I can't go back into that room." "Well then, I guess it's good your transfers came through." "They did?" "Yep. I got the notice when I checked my work email this morning. You're going to Morton, and Lydia is going to Tinsley." "Oh, thank God." "I thought you'd be happy about that." I also convinced my boss not to assign anyone else to room 734. The only thing is you won't be able to move until Monday. I can last through the weekend, especially now that the end is in sight. I have to tell Lydia. I opened my phone to pull up Lydia's number, but my attention was caught by the red 1 badge over the voicemail logo. I hit play. It was the rest of the message from last night. Even look at his dumb face anymore, so I'm going to head home. Don't worry about me, I'll be okay. I'm drunk enough to sleep through any bullshit from next door. I'm just so pissed off right now. I would honestly rather deal with dumb shit Beth than Michael. My parents must be siblings because I'm that retarded Benson. Let's hang out tomorrow. Love you. The message ended. God damn it. Alice gave me a questioning look. Lydia spent the night in our dorm. Alice cringed. She's safe though, right? As long as she doesn't go into 733. She won't. I thought of the always open large windows of the corner room. If nothing else, the mere thought of those would keep Lydia the hell out of that room. Good. Well, since we have nothing else to do you want to go look for theology books in the library? It's pretty much the only thing open right now. Sure, I shrugged. I didn't have another class until 10. The little old lady who sat behind the library's checkout desk must have been 1,000 years old. Miss Stapley's eyes were small and watery, and her skin looked like it was melting off of her skull. Still, she was nice and knowledgeable, and she sent us in the right direction for books on demonology, though she gave us a curious look as she did. There wasn't much. We read everything we could, but it either wasn't relevant or wasn't in English. We returned to her desk 30 minutes later. Do you have anything on the occult? The occult? Her voice trailed off. Yes, I do. Over there to the left of the reference section. Okay, thanks. Sorry, I'm too hungover to use the Dewey Decimal System, I said. I don't think she likes the look of us, Alice whispered as we walked away. Our look or our subject matter? Probably neither. Within the hour, we were back up at her desk, having struck out again. We could tell she was getting annoyed as her eyes narrowed suspiciously at us as we approached. Sorry. Do you know where we could find something on seances or Ouija boards or... Now listen, girls. Ms. Stapley stood up from her desk and looked over her glasses at us. I really hope this is for class. It is, I said. It's not, Alice answered simultaneously. It's personal research. Research? What kind of research? Look, we're not going to mess with a Ouija board or anything, I said. Good. Miss Stapley smoothed her pleated pants and sat back down. Because I can't have that sort of thing going on here again. Again? Alice latched on. The older woman suddenly looked very uncomfortable and started fidgeting with a stack of books on her desk. We may have something on seances in... Miss Stapley, we're researching what happened in Riley in 1961, Alice interrupted. And also what's been happening there ever since. Well, it's no secret, is it? A student committed suicide in that room. Dreadful, but not unheard of on a university campus. 5 students, I corrected her. But you know that, right? Alice was suddenly talking very fast. Because you sound like you're well versed in this story. Please tell us how this started and we might be able to end it. End it? Miss Stapley's voice became quieter but more concentrated. Don't be so arrogant, young lady. You can't end it. People have always died in that room, and they always will. There is no end to it, so you'd best stay far away from it. But maybe if we knew how this all started... It started just as you think it did, but everyone that was involved is either very old or very dead by now. Just stay away from that room. Concentrate on your studies." I leaned over her desk. "Well, I'd love to, but they assigned my friend and me to the room next door. Maybe you can forget about all the suicides, but we can't. It won't let us." "Young lady, I never forget." Ms. Stapley's voice was even quieter now. "My friend Ellen was the very first to be killed in that room. She was my very best friend, and not a night goes by that I don't imagine her wiggling out of that tiny window, standing upon the cold ledge in her bare feet, and jumping off the 7th floor of that building." Alice sighed. "I'm really sorry. I didn't know." "Yes, well, these are old wounds, my dear. Now, girls, I suggest you request a room reassignment immediately. No one should be living on the 7th floor of that building, and that's all I'm going to tell you about it." Alice sighed, but resigned herself to a nod. We wouldn't learn anything more here. Still, it was quite a breakthrough. At least we had some information now. Alice walked away and I made to follow her, but my feet wouldn't move. Something was bothering me. A small yet poignant word had been buried in Ms. Stapley's story, a word that suddenly seemed very important. "Hey, Ms. Stapley," I asked the tired old woman at the desk, "why did you refer to the windows in 733 tiny? Because I've seen those windows and they're huge, like 5 feet tall." "Dear, you're thinking of the corner room. That's the supply closet. Room 733 is next door to that." No, I stuttered. "That's room 734. "Yes, well, it is now. When they built the additional rooms onto the South Hall, they moved all the room numbers down." Oh my God. I suddenly felt very hot and very dizzy. "That sneaky fucker," Alice whispered next to me, her skin paling. "Lydia." We took off across the campus at a dead run, witnessed only by the few bleary-eyed students on their way to morning classes. When Riley finally came into view, I stumbled on the pavement as my blood turned to ice. From our vantage point, we could clearly see the windows of the corner room were closed, the first and only time I had ever seen that way. And the window to my room was open. We ran into the lobby, pushing past several latte-sipping, Ugg boot-wearing freshmen who had just gotten off the elevator. I hit 7 and watched the doors close more slowly than they ever had before. I leaned against the wall, trying to steady my breathing. "Alice, how did this happen?" I don't know. "She's been in there all night, Alice. In our room. Alone." Alice shook her head but had nothing to say. When the doors finally opened on floor 7, we saw a quiet, deserted hallway. I ran toward my room with Alice right behind me. Rounding the corner, I threw open my door, hoping it wasn't locked. And it wasn't. Lydia looked back at me, and for one breathless moment, cruel glimmer of hope crossed over her tear-streaked face. But it was too late. The next second, she leaned forward so slightly, and she was gone. She screamed the entire way down. Alice ran to the ledge where Lydia had just been, while I stood motionless. She stuck her head out the window and looked down just as a different kind of screaming started from the bottom floor. Alice closed her hand over her mouth and pulled her head back into the room as tears of shock ran down her ghost-white face. The screaming from outside got louder as more people saw what remained of my best friend on the cold pavement. I leaned back against the dresser and slumped to the floor. A falling death. Lydia never wanted a falling death. I absent-mindedly picked up one of the pictures that were strewn all over the floor. It was a picture of Lydia's mother. She was dead. I picked up another picture. It was Lydia's baby sister. She was dead too. There were dozens of pictures just like it all over the floor. Lydia has been busy last night. As for the things depicted in them, I cannot tell you. Lydia was a talented artist, and I only saw a few before I got sick on the floor next to me. Alice was standing in the doorway, yelling something down the hall. I don't know what she was saying, because all I could hear was a high-pitched whine in the room. Suddenly, a piece of paper slid out from under the crack in the closet door and glided across the floor toward me. I picked it up and studied it for a moment. This was drawn by Lydia too, but it wasn't like the others. It was a picture of the closet from my exact vantage point. In the drawing, the door was cracked, and there was something looking back from the darkness. I put the paper down and studied the closet. The door was cracked open just like the picture. I squinted my eyes and tried to see inside. Just as I started to distinguish the defined lines of a long face looking back at me, Alice pulled me to my feet. "We need to get out of here," I thought I heard her say. I never went back into that room. My parents moved my things, and I spent the rest of the semester in an apartment off campus. I transferred to an out-of-state school for my spring semester and finished my degree there. Every night I dream of Lydia pulling herself through the tiny window, shimmying out onto the cold ledge, standing up and knowing there's nothing between her body and the terrifying abyss in front of her. I watch her look down 7 stories to the black pavement below and realize, though not accept, her terrible fate. I see the blind horror cross her familiar features. I hear her wildly pounding heart, desperately trying to race through every beat of the life she should have lived, and knowing it has only mere seconds. I watch her look back at me, and I watch her fall. It's been 9 years since that night, and every fall semester for 9 years I've called resident services to see which dorms are open for new student assignments. Riley is always open. The 7th floor is closed. This year life and work got in the way, and I called much later than usual. I was put on hold immediately. Resident services. A man finally answered. "Were you the one asking about open rooms in Riley?" "Yes, that's me." "We're entirely filled up and there's a waiting list for Riley. But as it happens, you actually have great timing. I make no promises, but we may be able to get you in. We just got approval this morning." "Approval for what?" I said slowly. "We're opening up the 7th floor. The terrorizing of our substitute teacher, Mr. Mahoney. What an odd guy," I remember thinking as Mr. Mahoney shuffled into my 6th grade classroom for the first time. Crumply brown suit, crooked tie, flush face, right hand nervously shaking at his waist, and somehow he already had chalk in his hair. He stuttered out his first words to the class, and he hadn't even finished his introductory sentence before I knew he was a goner. I'd never seen a grown man look so squirrely. The principal should have adequately warned him. We were a bunch of sharks, and we smelled blood in the water. The pranks and jokes started small. Mr. Mahoney was asking for it, in a way. He was so unprepared, so utterly clueless. It was impossible not to mess with him. One activity required Mr. Mahoney to draw a clock on the chalkboard. The class counted along together as he drew the numbers on the circular clock face. 1, 2, 3, 4, louder and louder as the numbers progressed. And when we got to 12, we kept going. 13! Everyone shouted in unison. Mr. Mahoney drew 13 o'clock in white chalk. The class erupted in laughter, and Mr. Mahoney turned red in embarrassment. He sheepishly erased the 13, stuttered something incomprehensible, and his trembling hand dropped the eraser. It made a eraser-shaped chalk smudge on his pants. We laughed harder. Mr. Mahoney picked up the eraser, and he banged at his pants with his hand to remove the smudge. The problem was, he was still holding the eraser. His entire brown pant leg turned ghost white. Kids laughed so hard they fell from their chairs. That was the moment I pitied Mr. Mahoney for the first time. Only I couldn't stop laughing with the others. My two friends, Carson Starkey and Dylan Newcomb, everyone called him Nuke, were the worst offenders. They were fans of the classics at first, tacks on Mr. Mahoney's chair, turning everyone's desks backwards before Mr. Mahoney came into the classroom, stuff like that. But their pranks soon progressed. On one occasion, Mr. Mahoney asked the class for the answer to 9 multiplied by 5. Nuke raised his hand and mouthed the words, 45, but said nothing. I, can't hear you, Mr. Mahoney said, walking closer. Nuke mouthed the words again, looking confused. Speak, up, pa. Please, Mr. Mahoney said, moving a foot from Nuke's face. 45! Nuke shouted into Mr. Mahoney's face. Mr. Mahoney jumped back and tripped over a desk, sprawling to the floor. The classroom laughter reached a fevered pitch, and then we saw it. A tiny blob of liquid on Mr. Mahoney's pants near the crotch. The guy had pissed himself. Mr. Mahoney stumbled to his feet and ran out of the room, but not before tripping one more time. The class was in stitches, everyone but me. I wasn't laughing this time, but I didn't come to Mr. Mahoney's defense. I didn't tell anyone to shut up and leave the poor guy alone. I just let it happen. That afternoon, Nuke, Starkey, and I were called down to the principal's office. Nuke and Starkey were the dynamic duo of classroom tomfoolery, but me being friends with them, well, I guess I was guilty by association. Mr. Mahoney sat in the corner, wrinkly brown suit and tie, chalk in hair, looking down at the ground. I detected the scent of urine in the air, and so did Nuke. He exaggeratedly plugged his nose. Mr. Mahoney's hand trembled. The principal lectured us for 10 minutes. He jabbed his finger at our chests, and he demanded we stop harassing Mr. Mahoney. There would be dire consequences if we didn't. Mr. Mahoney said nothing. Nuke shot him the stink eye the entire time. I can't believe he told on us, Nuke whispered to me as we left the principal's office. There was venom in his voice. Nuke and Starkey demanded revenge, and lots of it. They quickly devised the prank to end all pranks. The ultimate revenge on Mr. Mahoney for tattling on students. He's such a fraidy cat, Nuke sneered. I'll make him piss so hard he'll drown in his own pants. I unwillingly went along with the whole thing. Truthfully, I thought my part in the prank wasn't that big of a deal. I saw myself as the getaway driver in a bank robbery. I wasn't robbing the bank. I wasn't the one committing the crime. Sure, I was helping, but it wasn't that big of a deal. But looking back on it now, I was too weak to say no to my friends. I should have said no. But when Nuke and Starkey went over the plan, I merely nodded and said, okay. My part was easy, and Mr. Mahoney might not even know I was there. Somehow that made it okay. The prank to end all pranks occurred on a Tuesday night. Nuke called Mr. Mahoney and pretended to be Mr. Newcomb, and he demanded a teacher-parent conference at the Newcomb household. Mr. Mahoney should have known better, but he agreed to come over to the Newcomb home for a chat about Dylan's recent behavior. It was all set. Nuke's parents were gone that night. It was just me, Nuke, and Starkey. I sat in the basement next to the fuse box. Starkey sat next to me, unable to contain his giggles. I heard the doorbell ring and footsteps upstairs. The door opened, and 2 sets of footsteps walked to the family room. Nuke and Mr. Mahoney are sitting on the couch. I waited for my signal, and it came 1 minute later. A loud crash. Nuke just accidentally knocked over the lamp. I flipped the main power switch to the house. The entire home went black. More footsteps. Nuke is telling Mr. Mahoney that he'll check the fuse box. He'll be back in a second. The basement door creaked open, and footsteps echoed down the steps. Nuke is descending the basement steps. A dark figure appeared next to us. It's Nuke. "Do it, Starkey," Nuke whispered. Starkey dumped corn syrup all over the front of Nuke's shirt. Nuke stifled his laughter while Starkey slipped a rubber clown mask over his own head and picked up the silver butcher's knife. "Let's do this." Starkey huffed through the latex. Nuke stumbled upstairs first, with Starkey trailing 5 feet behind. I reluctantly followed from a short distance with a Polaroid camera, and I watched the whole thing unfold. Nuke appeared from the basement door, clutching his chest and sobbing for help. Mr. Mahoney ran over to him. "Oh, my God, God," Mr. Mahoney blubbered, touching the corn syrup on Nuke's shirt. The killer clown then emerged with a raised butcher's knife in his hand. Mr. Mahoney screamed and grabbed onto Nuke's shirt at the collar. It ripped off, and Mr. Mahoney fell to the floor. He backed up and trembled against the wall, still clutching the torn collar. I watched him quiver in the darkness. "Do it!" yelled Nuke. "Take his picture!" I brought up the camera to my face, but I couldn't do it. Starkey made some monster noises and inched closer to Mr. Mahoney. Our substitute teacher sobbed quietly. "Jesus Christ," said Nuke, pointing at Mr. Mahoney. "He pissed all over my floor." I looked down and saw piss emptying from the bottom of Mr. Mahoney's left pant leg. I had never felt more sorry for another human being in my whole life. It felt like we were torturing an injured puppy. "Tail the picture," Nuke insisted. I didn't do it. I just dropped the camera to the floor, and it shattered into 3 pieces. Starkey removed his mask and tossed it to Mr. Mahoney. It landed in his lap. "We're just joking around, Mr. Mahoney," Starkey said. "It's just a prank." Mr. Mahoney put one arm against the wall, braced himself, and clambered to his feet. He looked at the torn collar in one hand, the clown mask in the other, sniffled and shuffled out the front door. "He took my mask," Starkey lamented. "Let him keep the stupid thing," Nuke muttered. Mr. Mahoney wasn't at school the next day. In fact, he never came back. Nuke, Starkey, and I waited each day to be called down to the principal's office to answer for our prank, but that call never came. Our class was assigned a new substitute teacher, and life in the 6th grade marched on. 3 weeks later, a package arrived for our class. It was a stack of math homework that Mr. Mahoney had graded but had never returned to us. The sub passed back the worksheets, each meticulously marked up and graded. But Nuke's and Starkey's weren't marked up like the rest of the class. No crossouts or corrections. Mr. Mahoney had just written the same thing on each of their essays in blazingly red ink. Nice job. I'm looking forward to seeing more of you soon. I didn't get a worksheet back. I quickly thumbed through my binder and found the worksheet, uncompleted. Never was I so happy to have forgotten to do my homework. What a load of crap, Nuke snickered. He crumpled up the sheet and tossed it on the floor. Starkey did the same. I slipped my unfinished sheet back into my binder, and I wondered what Mr. Mahoney was doing at the moment. Maybe he was sitting alone, hands shaking nervously at his side and tears running down his cheeks. Or maybe he's sharpening an axe. I shuddered, but the image didn't leave my head. I put my head down on my binder and closed my eyes. "I'm sorry, Mr. Mahoney," I whispered to no one. "I'm so sorry." For years I waited for Mr. Mahoney's revenge to come. I expected him to pounce around a dark corner on the street, or I often pictured him slipping on that clown mask and appearing at the foot of my bed with that axe that he was sharpening in my daydream. His right hand trembles like usual, but then it tightens around the wooden handle. He plunges the axe deep into my chest. I probably deserved it for what we did to him. But he never came. I grew up, graduated high school and then college. I married and got a good job. Nuke and Starkey were not so lucky. Nuke tore up both of his knees in high school, and he lost his football scholarship. Cocaine was his medicine and coping mechanism. He still went to college, but dropped out after one term. Nuke moved home and dealt drugs from his parents' basement, eventually selling to an undercover cop. He resisted arrest, fled in his car with his girlfriend, and he wrapped his car around a pole. Nuke's girlfriend flew through the windshield and died on the scene. My childhood friend now sits in jail, and the doctors say he'll never walk again. Starkey graduated college and immediately got engaged. 2 months later, his wife was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. Faced with daunting medical bills, Starkey embezzled from his company and was promptly caught. Weeks later, Starkey's daughter was crushed underneath a falling entertainment unit at the family home. She lived, but she was paralyzed from the neck down. Starkey took out a massive insurance policy and threw himself off a building. I received a letter from Nuke not too long ago. He's been doing a lot of reading while in jail, books about hexes and witchcraft. He's convinced Mr. Mahoney used supernatural tactics to get his revenge upon him and Starkey. "Mahoney hexed us," Nuke wrote. "He left my house that night with a piece of my shirt and Starkey's mask. If someone has an item that belongs to you, he can use witchcraft to place a curse. That explains why you are completely fine, my life is fucked, and Starkey is dead. Just think about it." I thought about it. I thought it was bullshit. A week later, I saw Mr. Mahoney at a dive bar, miles out of town down an old country road. At least I thought it was him. He was slumped in a corner booth, half passed out, 3 sheets to the wind. He was still wearing that ratty brown suit, but he looked like he'd aged 40 years. His right hand anxiously shook on the table. I watched as the man sauntered to his feet and stumbled toward the door. It was the same stumble of an awkward, nervous substitute teacher from 20 years ago. I followed the man outside. It was a windy night. I lit up a smoke and watched curiously as the drunken man leaned against a wall and tried to light a cigarette of his own. He struggled mightily to keep his lighter ablaze in the breeze. It kept extinguishing. I approached and offered him my lighter. It lit right up. Smoke danced from the tip of the man's cigarette. We stood in silence and smoked for a few minutes. Finally, I asked, "Did you ever substitute teach in a 6th grade classroom?" The man's head froze up. His eyes looked straight ahead, never at me. He inhaled deeply from his cigarette. "Are you Mr. Mahoney?" I asked, slowly. I looked into his eyes, but the man did not look at me. He said nothing. For a moment, I doubted if it was even him. I looked away. "I just wanted to say that I'm sorry," I said. I walked 20 feet away when the man called out to me, Thanks for the light. I sat in my car in the parking lot just watching the man outside the bar. I thought about the past and the horrible things we did to Mr. Mahoney. I thought about Nuke and Starkey and how shitty their lives turned out to be. And then Nuke's letter popped into my head. If someone has an item that belongs to you, he can use witchcraft to place a curse. I patted my jean pockets. Just think about it. I patted the pocket of my sweatshirt. Mahoney hexed us. I patted my jean pockets again, and I finally felt it. I didn't feel it the first time. The lighter. Thank God. I pulled it from my pocket, studied it for a moment to make sure it was mine, and I exhaled slowly. I smiled to myself, and I shook my head. I was being stupid. There's no such things as hexes and curses. Nuke and Starkey were the victims of horrible choices and bad luck. There's no such thing as witchcraft. I examined the lighter, and I turned it in my hand. For a moment, I wished witchcraft was real. If that man outside the bar was Mr. Mahoney, he deserved the opportunity to ruin my life. I thought about walking outside and placing the lighter in his hand, but instead I smirked and pocketed it. I was being ridiculous. The man outside the bar was stumbling around. He was chasing something down the road, a tiny cigarette butt, my cigarette butt, the one I had just smoked. The wind picked it up, and the butt blew down the dark country road. The man limped after it, hand trembling at his waist. What an odd guy. The vanishing camper. I'm not sure how to start this story. Even now it feels unreal, like something out of one of those campfire tales meant to spook kids. But it happened. I lived it. And every time I think about it, a cold shiver crawls up my spine like a spider's legs. Maybe writing it down will help. Maybe it won't. But at least you'll know what happened to us that weekend in the woods. It started innocently enough. My best friend, Jake, had been nagging me for weeks to join him and some of our old college buddies for a camping trip. One last hurrah, he'd called it, like we were still 21 and invincible. I wasn't keen on the idea. Since my wife, Sarah, passed away 2 years ago, I'd become something of a recluse. I worked, I ate, I slept. That was my life. But Jake was persistent, and I owed him. He'd been there for me when the grief threatened to swallow me whole, so I said yes. There were 5 of us in total: Jake, me, his younger brother Matt, our mutual friend Chris, and a guy named Tom who was Matt's co-worker. I didn't know Tom well, but he seemed nice enough, a bit quiet maybe, but friendly. We piled into Jake's beat-up SUV on a crisp Friday morning, the air sharp with the promise of fall. Our destination was Pine Hollow, a dense forest reserve about 3 hours' drive from the city. Jake said he'd been there before and assured us it was perfect for camping, remote, peaceful, and picturesque. The drive up was uneventful. We laughed, shared old stories, and teased each other mercilessly, the way only old friends can. By the time we reached the trailhead, the sun was dipping low, painting the sky in streaks of orange and pink. We loaded up our gear and hiked about 2 miles into the woods until we found a clearing near a small, still lake. It was beautiful. The kind of place that made you forget, for a moment, that the world could be cruel. We set up camp quickly. 2 tents, a ring of stones for a fire pit, and a rope strung between 2 trees to hang our food and keep it away from curious animals. By the time the fire was roaring, darkness had fallen. We sat around the flames, drinking cheap beer and roasting marshmallows, the flickering light casting long shadows across our faces. It felt good, normal even. For the first time in years, I felt a glimmer of peace. Then Tom told his story. It started as a joke. We'd been swapping ghost stories, each trying to outdo the last. But Tom's tale was different. He spoke quietly, almost reluctantly, his eyes darting to the shadows just beyond the firelight. "Have you ever heard of the Pine Hollow Vanisher?" he asked. We hadn't. He told us about a man, or something that looked like a man, who supposedly haunted these woods. According to local legend, campers would go missing without a trace. No bodies, no belongings, nothing, just gone. Some said the vanisher lured people away with strange sounds or lights, leading them deeper into the forest. Others claimed he appeared in their dreams, beckoning them to follow. Tom's voice dropped lower. The weirdest part? Sometimes the missing people would show up in photos taken after they disappeared, always in the background smiling. We laughed it off, of course. Just another campfire story. But as the night wore on and the forest grew quieter, the tale stuck with me. It wasn't just the story itself, it was the way Tom told it, like he wasn't sure if he believed it, but didn't want to tempt fate. The first night passed without incident. I woke to the sound of birds chirping and the smell of bacon sizzling over the fire. Jake was in his element, flipping pancakes on a portable griddle, while Matt and Chris argued over the best way to rig a fishing line. Tom was off to the side, sketching something in a notebook. He looked distant, like his mind was elsewhere. "What are you drawing?" I asked, taking a seat next to him. He hesitated before showing me. It was a rough sketch of a man, or what might have been a man. His features were indistinct, smudged, and shadowy, but his smile was sharp and unmistakable, almost too wide for his face. "Just messing around," Tom said, closing the notebook quickly. I let it go. We spent the day hiking, fishing, and exploring the area. The forest was beautiful, but it had a way of making you feel small. The trees were impossibly tall, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that blocked out most of the sunlight. The air was cool and damp, carrying the earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves. It was easy to get turned around if you strayed from the path, and the deeper we went, the quieter it became. No birds, no insects, just the sound of our footsteps crunching on the forest floor. By the time we returned to camp, the sun was setting again. We cooked dinner, shared more stories, and settled in for another night around the fire. But something felt different. The mood was heavier, the laughter more forced. Even the fire seemed dimmer, its light barely reaching the edges of our camp. It was Chris who noticed it first. "Where's Tom?" he asked, looking around. We all turned, realizing at the same time that he was gone. His backpack was still by the tent, his sketchbook lying open on a log, but there was no sign of him. "He probably went to take a leak," Jake said, though his voice lacked conviction. We waited. 5 minutes, 10, 15. Still no Tom. Jake grabbed a flashlight and we fanned out to search for him, calling his name. The forest swallowed our voices, the darkness pressing in on us like a living thing. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. After an hour, we regrouped at the camp. Jake wanted to keep searching, but Matt pointed out that we could easily get lost ourselves if we weren't careful. We agreed to wait until morning, hoping, praying, that Tom would come back on his own. He didn't. The next day was a blur of frantic searching and growing dread. We combed the forest for hours, shouting his name until our throats were raw. We found nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, no sign that he'd ever been there at all. By evening, we were forced to admit the truth. Tom was gone. We decided to pack up and head back to the trailhead to get help. But as we were breaking down camp, I noticed something by the fire pit. It was Tom's backpack, neatly placed on the ground. That wouldn't have been strange, except we'd already searched the area. The backpack hadn't been there before. Inside, we found his sketchbook, a water bottle, and a single Polaroid photo. My hands trembled as I pulled it out. It was a picture of us, taken the first night, sitting around the fire. But there was someone else in the photo, Standing in the background, just beyond the circle of light, was a man. His features were blurry, his form indistinct, but his smile was sharp and unmistakable. We left the forest that night, leaving behind the tents, the gear, everything. The police organized a search, but they never found Tom. Officially, he's still listed as missing. Unofficially, I know the truth. I still have the photo. Sometimes late at night, I take it out and stare at it, trying to make sense of what happened. And every time I notice something new. The man in the background is closer now, his smile wider, his eyes brighter. I don't know what he is. I don't know what he wants. But I know one thing for certain. He's coming for me. The yellow fog. The first thing I noticed when I arrived at St. Augustine's Artists' Commune wasn't the converted church's imposing Gothic spires, or the way its weather-darkened stone seemed to absorb the weak autumn light. It was the smell, an earthy, almost sweet decay that reminded me of compost and something else I couldn't quite place. I would later learn that the surrounding woods were famous for their mushrooms, but at that moment, standing in the perpetual drizzle with my suitcase and art supplies, the scent only made me wonder if I'd made a mistake accepting the residency. Marion Blackwood? A tall woman with silver-streaked hair emerged from behind the heavy wooden doors. I'm Diana Winthrop, the director. We spoke on the phone. Her smile didn't quite reach her eyes as she gestured for me to follow her inside. You're just in time for evening meditation. We ring the bells at sunset. The interior was darker than I expected, despite the rows of tall windows. Maybe it was the weather, that strange yellow-tinted fog that had followed me for the last few miles of my drive, or maybe it was the way the old church seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it. My boots echoed on the stone floor as Diana led me past what must have been the nave, now subdivided into individual studio spaces by hanging canvas partitions. Your studio is in the north transept, Diana said, her voice carrying that particular New England crispness that made everything sound like a gentle criticism. You'll find all the basic supplies, though I see you've brought your own. She glanced at my wrapped canvases with what might have been disapproval. I clutched my favorite brushes closer to my chest. Handmade sable that had cost 3 months' rent but were worth every penny for the way they seemed to anticipate my movements, extending my intent directly onto the canvas. I prefer to use my own tools, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. There was something about Diana that made me feel like I was back in art school, defending my thesis to a particularly unimpressed committee. Of course, she replied, though her tone suggested otherwise. We find that true artists can create with anything, but comfort is important for beginners. Before I could protest that I was hardly a beginner, I had a moderately successful gallery show just last year, a sound cut through the air that made my spine stiffen. It wasn't quite a bell, though that's what Diana had called it. It was deeper, more resonant, like someone had struck a massive tuning fork. The vibration seemed to travel through the stone floor and up into my bones. Ah, right on time, Diana said, checking her watch. 4:45. We keep to a strict schedule here. You'll learn to appreciate the routine. She turned to me with that same not-quite smile. Would you like to settle in first, or join us for meditation? My head was starting to ache, either from the drive or that strange bell tone that seemed to linger in the air. I think I'll unpack, I said. It was a long trip. As you wish. Was that disappointment in her voice? The others will be eager to meet you at dinner. We've heard so much about your unique perspective on sacred geometry. I watched her walk away, her footsteps impossibly quiet on the stone floor, and tried to remember if I'd mentioned sacred geometry in my application. I didn't think I had. My work dealt primarily with organic forms, particularly mushrooms and their mycelial networks. I'd been fascinated by their hidden connections ever since I'd found that fairy ring in my parents' backyard as a child. My assigned studio space was smaller than I'd expected, but the north-facing windows would provide good light, assuming the sun ever broke through the fog. Someone had already set up an easel and a basic set of supplies: student-grade acrylics, synthetic brushes, the kind of materials I hadn't used since undergraduate studies. But it was the canvas that drew my attention. A large square piece, already primed and stretched, positioned precisely in the center of the easel. I stepped closer, frowning. The surface wasn't completely white. In the dim light, I could make out faint lines, geometric patterns that seemed to shift when I tried to focus on them. They reminded me of the growth patterns of certain fungi, the way they spread underground in perfect mathematics. "Oh, don't mind that." The voice behind me made me jump. A young man stood in the doorway, pale and thin with dark circles under his eyes that looked almost like bruises. "Sometimes the old works bleed through. I'm James, by the way. Studio next door." "Marion," I said, trying to calm my racing heart. "What do you mean, bleed through?" James shrugged, a jerky movement that reminded me of a puppet on strings. "This place has history. Art has memory. You'll see." He glanced over his shoulder, then leaned in closer. His breath smelled of earth and copper. "Just don't try to paint over them. It doesn't work. Trust me." Before I could ask what he meant, another bell tone filled the air, different from the first, higher, almost piercing. James straightened up as if pulled by invisible wires. "That's the second call. You should come to meditation. It helps with the dreams." "What dreams?" But he was already gone, his footsteps silent despite the stone floor. I turned back to the canvas, but in the fading light I couldn't make out the patterns anymore. Just white space, waiting to be filled. I spent the next hour unpacking, trying to arrange my space into something that felt like mine. The studio had a small attached bedroom, more of a cell really, with just enough room for a narrow bed and a dresser. The bathroom was shared down the hall. As I hung my clothes in the tiny closet, I noticed a faint discoloration on the wall behind it, spreading up from the baseboard like watercolor blooming on wet paper. In the yellow light filtering through the windows, it almost looked like it was moving. The third bell came just as I was setting up my paints. This one was different again, deeper than the first, but with harmonics that made my teeth ache. I had to grip the edge of the table until it passed, leaving behind a ringing in my ears and a metallic taste in my mouth. Dinner, it turned out, was served in what must have been the church's refectory, a long, narrow room with a vaulted ceiling that made every clink of cutlery echo. There were 12 other residents, I learned, though only 8 were at dinner that night. The others are deep in their work, Diana explained from her place at the head of the table. We don't disturb the process once it really takes hold. The food was simple but strange, mushroom soup that tasted both familiar and wrong somehow, and bread that had an odd yellow tinge to it. I found myself eating more than I meant to, though I wasn't particularly hungry. There was something compelling about the flavor, something that made me want to analyze it, break it down to its components. "It's the local fungi," said the woman next to me. Sarah, I thought her name was, though everyone had been introduced too quickly for me to keep track. "They have unique properties, perfect for artistic inspiration." She smiled. and I noticed a faint yellow stain at the corner of her mouth. Diana forages them herself. I looked down at my bowl, suddenly less hungry. I didn't know mushrooms could be that color naturally. Oh, nothing about them is natural, James said from across the table. That's what makes them. He cut off abruptly as Diana cleared her throat. Perhaps we should discuss your work, Marion, Diana said smoothly. We're all very interested in your process. The way she said process made it sound like an accusation. I took a sip of water, trying to wash away the lingering taste of the soup. I work primarily with organic forms, I began, falling into my usual artist statement. I'm interested in the hidden connections between things, the networks that exist just below the surface. Yes, Diana interrupted. But what are you really looking for? The question caught me off guard. I'm not sure what you mean. Nobody comes to St. Augustine's by accident, Sarah said, her voice soft but intense. We're all searching for something, the truth beneath the truth, the pattern behind the pattern. I'm just here to work, I said. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't entirely true. There was something else, something that had drawn me to this place when I saw the residency listing. Something about the way the application had seemed to read my thoughts before I had them. Of course you are, Diana said, that not quite smile again. And work you shall, starting tomorrow. The morning bell rings at sunrise. That night I dreamed of mushrooms. They pushed up through the floorboards of my small room, pale and pulsing with their own inner light. In the dream, I watched them grow, fascinated by their geometric perfection. They formed patterns, circles, spirals, complex fractals that seemed to contain infinite depth. I wanted to paint them, to capture their impossible mathematics, but when I reached for my brushes, they squirmed in my hand like living things. I woke to the first bell of morning, my sheets damp with sweat despite the chill in the room. The dream clung to me like cobwebs, and for a moment I could have sworn I saw faint circles on the floor, glowing in the pre-dawn light. But when I blinked, they were gone. The fog was thicker than ever, pressing against the windows like something alive. Its yellow tint seemed stronger in the morning light, giving everything a jaundiced, sickly cast. I dressed quickly, shivering. The heat didn't seem to work properly in this part of the building, and made my way to the bathroom. The mirrors were all covered with cloth. When I tried to pull one down, I found it had been nailed in place. We find reflections distracting, said a voice behind me. I turned to see an older man I didn't remember from dinner. His eyes were the same yellow as the fog. Best to focus inward here. That's where the truth lies. I nodded as if this made perfect sense and hurried back to my studio. The canvas was waiting for me, those faint geometric patterns more visible in the morning light. They seemed to pulse slightly, like a heartbeat, though I told myself it must be a trick of the light. I set up my paints, laying out my brushes with careful precision. They were my touchstone, my connection to the real world of galleries and critics and normal artistic concerns. I picked up my favorite, the finest sable for detail work, and turned to the canvas. The patterns were gone. The surface was pristine white, as if newly primed. But when I moved my head slightly, I could see them again, just at the edge of my vision, like after images from staring at the sun. They do that, James said from the doorway. I hadn't heard him approach. They hide themselves until they're ready to be seen, like mushrooms before they fruit. There's nothing there, I said firmly, more to convince myself than him. It's just a blank canvas. He made that puppet jerk shrug again. If you say so. But you might want to try working with them instead of fighting them. It's easier that way. Less painful. Before I could ask what he meant, the second bell rang. This time the sound seemed to have color, a deep, pulsing yellow that matched the fog. I closed my eyes, but I could still see it behind my eyelids, forming those same geometric patterns I'd seen on the canvas. "Time for morning meditation," James said. His voice sounded distant, as if coming through water. "You should come. It helps with the adjustment." I wanted to refuse, to stay in my studio and start working on something normal, a still life maybe, or some preliminary sketches. But my feet were already moving, following James down the corridor to what had once been the church's main sanctuary. The other residents were already there, sitting in a circle on cushions. Diana stood in the center, holding something that looked like a bell, but wasn't quite. In the yellow light filtering through the windows, its surface seemed to ripple and flow. "Ah, Marion," she said, "I'm glad you decided to join us. Please sit. We were just about to begin today's visualization." I sat between James and Sarah, trying to ignore the way the floor seemed to pulse beneath me. Diana struck the not-quite bell, and the sound filled the space like liquid light. I felt it in my bones, in my teeth, behind my eyes. "Close your eyes," Diana instructed, "and look for the patterns. They're always there, just beneath the surface, waiting to be found." I closed my eyes, but I could still see geometric forms spinning and multiplying, mushrooms growing in perfect Fibonacci spirals, mycelial networks spreading like neural pathways. They were beautiful, terrifying, true. When I opened my eyes again, the room was empty except for Diana. The quality of light suggested hours had passed, though it couldn't have been more than minutes. Could it? "How do you feel?" Diana asked, helping me to my feet. My legs were stiff, as if I'd been sitting for much longer than a morning meditation. I tried to find words for the images still dancing behind my eyes. "I saw—" "Yes," she said. "You did. And now you're ready to begin your real work." I stumbled back to my studio, my head swimming with visions. The canvas was waiting for me, but it wasn't blank anymore. The patterns were clear now, impossible to ignore. They wanted to be painted, needed to be painted. I picked up my brush, my beautiful, expensive sable brush, and dipped it in yellow paint that I didn't remember mixing. The bristles writhed against my fingers like tiny tentacles, but that was fine. That was right. They knew what they wanted to paint, and I was just the vehicle. The work poured out of me like fever dreams. I painted mushrooms that grew in impossible geometries, their gills reflecting infinite recursions of themselves. I painted networks of mycelia that spelled out truths in mathematical languages I shouldn't have been able to understand. I painted the yellow fog as it really was, not weather at all, but the visible manifestation of something vast and patient and hungry. I painted until my brushes wore down to nubs, their sable bristles falling out like shed skin. I painted until my fingers bled, and then I painted with that too, because the patterns demanded red now, needed that iron-copper brightness to complete their equations. The bells rang, and I painted their sound. Diana brought me soup that tasted of secrets, and I painted its flavor. Sarah sat with me sometimes, whispering about the truth beneath the truth, and I painted her words in spirals that ate themselves. I don't know how long it's been. Time moves strangely here, measured only by the bells and the growth of mushrooms through the floorboards. Real ones now, not dreams. They glow with their own light just as I knew they would, and their patterns match exactly what I've painted. My newest brush is made from James's hair. He offered it himself after his own work was complete. I saw his final piece yesterday, or maybe last week, a masterwork of sacred geometry that had somehow captured the sound of all 3 bells combined. He won't need his hair anymore, he said. Where he's going, he won't need anything at all. I understand now why the mirrors are covered. We don't need to see our reflections to know how we've changed. I can feel the mushrooms growing inside me, their mycelia threading through my brain in perfect, beautiful patterns. Soon, my work will be complete too. I'm writing this because I found my old phone while looking for more red paint. It still works, though the screen keeps showing me geometric patterns that I need to paint right now. But I wanted to record this first, to explain to whoever finds it why I had to accept the residency, why I had to paint the truth, why we all did. The 3rd bell is ringing. The yellow fog is very thick now, and the mushrooms are so beautiful. Geometry made flesh, mathematics made real. Diana says I'm almost ready. One last painting, she says. One final pattern to complete the sequence. I can see it now, growing behind my eyes. It's so perfect, so true. I just need a little more red paint. I wish I had never eaten at this diner. I was driving down a desolate road in the middle of nowhere, coming home from a 2-day business trip. I was starving. It was 1 p.m., and I'd been on the road since 6 a.m. I figured I wouldn't find anything to eat for the next 50 miles or so, but to my shock, something appeared in front of me. It seemed like a hallucination when first seen, but as I was walking closer, I found that it was an old-fashioned diner, and the sign hanging outside read Haven's Diner, with very faint neon glow in a dense fog that was swallowing the endless road. Inside it was quiet, but for the very faint hum of a jukebox playing some tune I almost recognized. The smell of burnt coffee and grease hit my nostrils, but I sensed something else, a metallic tang that I couldn't place. The place was deserted save for a waitress stationed by the counter with a smile a little too wide and eyes nailed to me like she had been waiting for me. I slipped into a booth by the window, and just as I hadn't yet bothered to request the menu, a waitress came by, set down the steaming plate before me, and walked off again. Staring at that food in revulsion made my stomach roll up. It was Mom's meatloaf recipe, overcooked edges, an exact shade of gravy, to the point she hadn't prepared that dish for over 10 years, since her death. "How did you know?" I began to ask, but the words caught in my throat. The waitress merely cocked her head, still smiling, and headed back to the counter without a word. I should have left right then. I was too hungry, too tired, and something about the smell of that meatloaf drew me, filling me with a bittersweet nostalgia I couldn't fight. I picked up the fork and took a bite. It was perfect, just like I remembered it from when I was a kid. But as I chewed, a strange sensation crept over me, like I was being watched by someone I couldn't see. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I glanced around the diner. It was still empty, except for the waitress, who now stood completely still, her back turned to me. That's when I noticed the clock above the counter. It was stuck at 3:33, the second hand twitching but never moving forward. My appetite vanished, replaced by a cold knot of unease in my stomach. I stood up, leaving the half-eaten plate on the table, and headed for the door. "Leaving so soon?" a voice said behind me. It wasn't the waitress. It was a man's voice, low and raspy, like he'd smoked a pack a day for years. I turned around, but no one was there. The booth where I had been sitting was empty, the plate of meatloaf gone. I ran for the door, my heart pounding in my chest, and flung it open. Outside, the fog was thicker than before, pressing against my skin like a damp shroud. My car was gone. In its place stood another sign, smaller than the one out front. It read, "You're always welcome at Haven's Diner. See you soon." I started walking, hoping to find the road, another car, anything. But no matter how far I went, I ended up back in front of that damn diner. And each time I returned, the same plate of meatloaf was waiting for me, steaming hot and just the way Mom used to make it. I don't know how long I've been here. Days? Weeks? The clock inside still says 3:33. The waitress still smiles that too wide smile, and the jukebox keeps playing that almost familiar song on a loop. I can't leave, and I'm afraid to eat again. But sooner or later, I know I'll give in. The smell of that meatloaf is stronger now, and my hunger is growing. If you ever pass a Haven's Diner along the side of the road, keep going. No matter how hungry you are, no matter how tired, just go. The traffic stop. Officer David James had worked the graveyard shift along Route 43 for nearly 7 years. The stretch of highway cutting through dense pine forest was notorious for drunk drivers, especially after midnight. But in all his years of service, he'd never encountered anything quite like what happened on that moonless October night. The first peculiarity was the silence. Usually the night hummed with crickets and the occasional hoot of a barred owl. But as James's cruiser idled at the turnout near mile marker 217, an unnatural stillness pressed against his eardrums. Even the wind seemed to have abandoned the pines. His radar gun registered a black sedan doing 62 in a 55. As the car passed, James noticed the passenger side taillight was out. A routine stop, the kind he'd done thousands of times before. He flicked on his lights and pulled out behind the vehicle. The sedan took longer than usual to respond, continuing for almost half a mile before finally pulling onto the shoulder. James approached with his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, noting how the black paint seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. The windows were tinted, but within legal limits. "License and registration," James said, keeping his voice steady despite an inexplicable urge to turn and run. The driver's window descended with painful slowness, releasing a blast of cold air that made James's eyes water. The interior smelled of wet earth and something else, something chemical and medicinal that reminded him of his father's last days in the hospital. The driver was a middle-aged man in a charcoal suit. His skin had an odd, waxy quality under the flashlight beam, but his license photo was a perfect match. James Sullivan, 47, organ donor. Everything appeared to be in order, yet James's patrol-honed instincts screamed that something was terribly wrong. "Do you know why I pulled you over tonight, Mr. Sullivan?" The man's head turned with mechanical precision. His smile revealed too many teeth. "No, officer. Is there a problem?" James's flashlight beam wavered. "Your passenger side taillight is out. I'll need to write you a fix-it ticket." "That's impossible," Sullivan replied, his smile unchanging. "I just had them checked last week." The conversation continued with the same surreal quality, everything technically correct but fundamentally wrong, like a photo negative of reality. James wrote the ticket with trembling hands, his pen leaving dark grooves in the paper. As he handed over the citation, Sullivan's fingers brushed against his. They were ice cold and slightly tacky, like leather left out in the rain. "Have a good night, Officer James," Sullivan said, though James hadn't given his name. James hurried back to his cruiser, fighting the urge to wipe his hand on his uniform. As he watched the sedan pull away, its functioning taillights blazed an impossible crimson in the darkness. Wait, both taillights were working perfectly. James's radio crackled to life, making him jump. Dispatch wanted him to run the plates. Standard procedure. He called them in, his mouth dry. The response came back garbled at first, forcing the dispatcher to repeat herself. Unit 417, be advised. That vehicle was reported totaled in 2014, impounded and scrapped following a fatal accident. The registered owner, James Sullivan, was declared dead at the scene. James's blood turned to ice water in his veins. He immediately hit his lights and sirens, accelerating after the sedan. But the highway ahead was empty in both directions. The black car had vanished. Back at the station, James's supervisor called him into his office. "We need to talk about what happened tonight." "I know how it sounds," James began, but the sergeant held up a hand. "We pulled your dash cam footage." The older man's face was grave. "David, there was no car." James watched in horror as the video played on the sergeant's computer. It showed his cruiser pulling over on the empty highway. The camera captured him walking out into the darkness, standing still for 12 minutes while apparently speaking to thin air. His flashlight beam illuminated nothing but swirling mist and empty asphalt. That was 3 weeks ago. James hasn't returned to work since that night. He requested indefinite leave, citing personal reasons. But the truth is, he can't bring himself to drive that stretch of Route 43 again. Not after what he discovered during his obsessive research into the accident that claimed James Sullivan's life. The papers called it a tragic drunk driving incident. Sullivan had been heading home from a late meeting when his sedan veered off the road near mile marker 217. The car flipped several times before coming to rest against a stand of pines. Sullivan was partially ejected through the windshield. He remained conscious long enough to give a statement to the first officer on scene. The responding officer that night? A rookie named David James, working his very first graveyard shift. In his incident report, James wrote that Sullivan kept apologizing, saying he should have noticed his taillight was out. The report also noted that James had tried to comfort the dying man, promising to stay with him until the ambulance arrived. But James has no memory of that night. None at all. The first year of his service is a complete blank in his mind, as if something reached in and carefully excised those memories, leaving behind nothing but shadows and the lingering scent of wet earth. Last week, James finally worked up the courage to visit the accident site. The old skid marks have long since faded, and new saplings have begun to reclaim the small clearing where Sullivan's car came to rest. But as James stood there in the weak autumn sunlight, something caught his eye, a glint of metal half buried in the soil. He dug it up with trembling hands, a police badge, caked with dried mud and what might have been blood. The number was still legible despite years of exposure to the elements. It was his badge, the one he'd lost during his first year on the force, the one he'd had to replace but could never remember losing. James sits in his dark apartment now, staring at the badge and trying to piece together the truth. Every night, he dreams of standing on that empty highway, watching headlights approach through the mist. In the dreams, he's the one behind the wheel of a black sedan, and a young officer named David James is walking toward his window with a flashlight beam that illuminates nothing at all. He knows he should tell someone what he's discovered, should warn them about what happens on that stretch of Route 43 when the night grows too quiet and the darkness seems to pulse with its own heartbeat. But who would believe him? Besides, he's beginning to understand now, beginning to remember fragments of that lost year, like shards of a broken mirror slowly being pieced back together. He remembers the sound of tearing metal and breaking glass, remembers the taste of copper in his mouth and the feeling of cold asphalt against his cheek, remembers a kind young officer who held his hand and promised to stay, even as the ambulance sirens wailed in the distance and the world grew dim around the edges. Most of all, he remembers the guilt, the soul-crushing weight of it, because there was something else in his original incident report, something that's been eating away at his subconscious for 10 years, like a cancer. When Sullivan apologized for his tail light, James had assured him it was working fine, had even walked around to check, just to give the dying man some peace of mind. Both tail lights were functioning perfectly that night, just like they were 3 weeks ago, when James pulled over a black sedan driven by a man with too many teeth and cold, tacky hands. James's phone buzzes, making him flinch. It's a text from an unknown number. "Time to collect, rookie." The message is time-stamped 10:17 p.m., exactly when he'd first spotted the black sedan 3 weeks ago, exactly when Sullivan's accident occurred 10 years ago. As he stares at his phone's screen, another text appears. "Your tail light's out." James's hands shake as he dials dispatch. The phone only emits a low, wet, gurgling sound, like someone drowning in mud. The smell of wet earth and antiseptic suddenly fills his apartment, and the temperature plummets. "No," James whispers, backing away from the window. Through the gap in his curtains, he can see the street below. A black sedan idles there, both taillights blazing an impossible crimson in the darkness. Its engine growls like something from the depths of hell. James runs for his bedroom, but his legs won't work right. Each step feels like moving through tar. He reaches for his service weapon, but his fingers pass right through it as if it's made of smoke. "You promised?" Sullivan's voice whispers from every corner of the room. "You promised you wouldn't let me drive alone." I was trying to comfort a dying man," James shouts into the darkness. "I didn't mean—" "But you promised," the voice interrupts, closer now. The smell of rot in hospital corridors grows overwhelming, and now it's time to pay. James tries to scream as invisible hands grasp his shoulders, their touch cold and tacky like old leather left in the rain. But no sound comes out. His body moves against his will, walking puppet-like toward the door. His old badge, still caked with mud from that fatal night, slides across the coffee table on its own and into his pocket. It feels impossibly heavy, like it's made of black holes and broken promises. "Please," James begs as his feet carry him down the stairs. "I have a family, a life. You can't—" "I had those too," Sullivan's voice hisses in his ear. "Before the crash, before you made your promise." The black sedan's passenger door swings open by itself. The interior smells of grave dirt and formaldehyde, and the man behind the wheel smiles with too many teeth, far too many, row upon rotting row disappearing down his throat like a shark's maw. "No, please," James struggles, but his body moves inexorably forward. His muscles respond only to Sullivan's will now. "Someone help me." "Nobody can hear you," Sullivan says, his leather-textured fingers drumming on the steering wheel. "Nobody could hear me that night either. Just you. Just the rookie who promised to stay." James's body slides into the passenger seat against his will, his old mud-stained badge burning cold in his pocket like a chunk of ice. "How long?" he manages to whisper. Sullivan's impossible smile widens. "Forever, partner. We have so many more traffic stops to make." The sedan pulls away from the curb, its taillights cutting bloody swaths through the darkness. Tomorrow, someone will find James's apartment empty, his service weapon and current badge still on the coffee table next to his phone. The screen will show a final, unsent text, "Help me." But tonight belongs to Route 43. Tonight belongs to the endless dark and the promises we make without understanding their cost, to the debts that come due when the crickets fall silent and the shadows grow teeth. Somewhere ahead, another young officer is starting their first graveyard shift. They're parked at mile marker 217, watching the empty highway and wondering why the night feels so strange, so hungry. Their radar gun will soon register a black sedan doing 62 in a 55, and they'll see two men in the front seat, one with too many teeth, and one whose eyes silently scream for help that will never come. Because some promises bind us whether we want them to or not. Some nights never really end. They just keep repeating, like an endless loop of dashcam footage showing nothing but mist and darkness and the price we pay for the words we can never take back. Have a good night, officer. And remember, never make promises to the dying. They have nothing left to lose and eternity to collect. The echo chamber. I should have known something was wrong when the echoes started talking back. My job as a sound engineer at Whispering Pines recording studio was simple enough. Maintain the equipment, assist with recording sessions, and ensure the acoustics remained perfect in our prized echo chamber. The chamber was an architectural marvel from the 1960s, a specially designed concrete room 3 stories underground, where we could capture the most pristine natural reverb for our recordings. The thing about echo chambers is that they're designed to make sounds repeat, to take a single note and transform it into something longer, deeper, more complex. But they're not supposed to create new sounds. They're not supposed to remember. I first noticed it during a late-night session with a local indie band. We were recording backing vocals, sending them through the chamber for that otherworldly echo effect, when I heard something odd in my headphones. Between the vocalist's phrases, in that split second of silence, there was something else. A whisper so faint I almost missed it. I adjusted the levels, thinking it must be some kind of technical glitch or ambient noise bleeding through. But when I isolated the chamber feed and played it back, there it was again. A voice, barely audible, speaking words I couldn't quite make out. "Did anyone else hear that?" I asked the band, but they just shrugged, eager to wrap up the session and head home. I made a mental note to check the equipment in the morning and tried to put it out of my mind. That night, alone in my apartment, I couldn't sleep. Something about that whisper kept nagging at me. I'd been working with sound for 15 years, and I'd never heard anything quite like it. It wasn't an artifact of the recording process or environmental noise. It had seemed deliberate. The next day I arrived early to run some tests. I set up a simple recording, just me speaking a few words into a microphone, fed through the chamber. Testing 1, 2, 3. Simple enough. When I played it back, my blood ran cold. Between testing and 1, clear as day. Help us. I nearly knocked over my chair, scrambling to check the waveform on my computer screen. There it was, a distinct spike of audio between my words, exactly where I'd heard the voice. This wasn't my imagination. This was real. Over the next week, I became obsessed. I spent every spare moment running tests, recording different sounds through the chamber, analyzing the results. The voices became clearer, more frequent. Sometimes they were whispers, sometimes crying, sometimes just breathing, but they were always there, hiding in the spaces between other sounds. I started researching the history of whispering pines. The studio had been built in 1964 on the site of an old industrial complex. Before that, the land had belonged to a psychiatric hospital that closed under mysterious circumstances in the 1940s. The more I dug, the more unsettling details I uncovered. The hospital had specialized in experimental treatments for severe mental illness, electroshock therapy, insulin comas, ice baths, all the barbaric cures that were in vogue at the time. But there were rumors of other experiments, unofficial ones, conducted in the basement levels. Patients who were checked in, but never checked out. Screams in the night that the staff were told to ignore. When the hospital finally closed, dozens of patients were simply unaccounted for. Their records disappeared. Their families were told they had been transferred, and eventually they were forgotten. The buildings were demolished, new ones were built, and life went on. But what if they weren't all gone? What if something of them remained, trapped in that underground space where our echo chamber now stood? The thought kept me awake at night, staring at my ceiling, remembering all the times I'd been alone in that room, feeling like someone was watching me from the shadows. I knew I should tell someone, but who would believe me? The studio owner would think I was having a mental breakdown. The other engineers would laugh it off. I needed proof, undeniable evidence that something impossible was happening in that room. So I set up an experiment. I cleared my schedule for an entire night and set up multiple recording devices in the chamber. High-end microphones, digital recorders, even an old analog tape machine. I wanted to capture whatever was happening from every possible angle. At midnight, I started recording. The plan was simple: complete silence for hours, broken only by a single spoken word every 30 minutes. I would give the voices plenty of space to manifest, plenty of quiet in which to speak. The first few hours were uneventful. My periodic words, Mark at 12:30, Mark at 1 cow, Mark at 1:30, echoed normally through the chamber and faded to silence. But as the night wore on, things began to change. It started subtly. The silence between my marks began to feel different, heavier somehow. The air in the chamber grew thick and cold, despite the climate control system. And then, at exactly 3:17 a.m., everything changed. My mark at 3 was still echoing faintly when I heard it, a sound like dozens of whispers overlapping, growing louder and clearer with each repetition. I could make out words now, fragments of phrases. Still here. They left us. In the walls. Help us. The voices were coming from everywhere and nowhere, bouncing off the walls in impossible patterns. The temperature dropped so rapidly I could see my breath. My recording equipment began to malfunction, meters spiking into the red despite the fact that the room should have been silent. And then I saw them. In the dim red light of the recording equipment, shadows began to peel themselves from the walls. Human shapes, distorted and wrong, flowing like smoke, but moving with purpose. They filled the room, surrounding me, their whispers growing to a deafening roar. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, could only watch as they pressed closer, their features becoming clearer, hollow eyes, gaping mouths, faces twisted in eternal anguish. These were the forgotten ones, the lost patients, trapped between worlds in this acoustically perfect prison. One of them reached for me with hands that were more suggestion than substance. I felt an icy touch on my skin, and suddenly my mind was flooded with images. Sterile halls, restraints, pain, screaming, darkness, endless darkness. I don't remember running, don't remember climbing the stairs or driving home. I came to my senses sitting in my shower, fully clothed, hot water beating down on me as I shook uncontrollably. The next day, I called in sick. I couldn't face that room again, not after what I'd seen. But I knew I had to review the recordings. Had to know if I'd captured any evidence of what happened, or if I was simply losing my mind. Most of the equipment had malfunctioned. The digital recorders showed corrupted files, the cameras had shut down, the meters were fried. But the old analog tape machine, built like a tank in the 1970s, had kept running through everything. With trembling hands, I began to digitize the tape. For the first few hours, everything was normal, just my periodic mark and the expected echoes. But at 3:17 a.m., something changed. The tape captured hundreds of voices, layered and distorted, speaking in unison. We are the echoes that never fade, the ones they tried to silence. We are trapped in these walls, in this perfect acoustic prison, repeating and repeating and repeating. Join us, stay with us, become part of the endless echo. I destroyed the tape immediately after transferring it, threw it in my fireplace and watched it melt, along with my letter of resignation from Whispering Pines. Some sounds aren't meant to be recorded. Some echoes should be allowed to fade. But here's the thing about echoes. Once you create them, they never really go away. They just get softer and softer until you can't hear them anymore. But they're still there, bouncing between molecules of air, too faint for human ears to detect. I've tried to move on, found a new job at a different studio across the country, but sometimes in the dead of night, I still hear them. In the space between heartbeats, in the pause between breaths, I hear those whispers, and I know they're still there, in that perfect room 3 stories underground, waiting for someone else to listen. The new sound engineer at Whispering Pines is young, eager, ambitious. Last week she called me asking about some odd sounds she'd been hearing in the echo chamber. Some weird artifacts showing up in her recordings around 3:17 a.m. I told her it was probably just equipment interference, told her not to worry about it, told her everything was fine. But I know what's happening. The echoes are starting again. The cycle continues, and somewhere in that acoustically perfect room, the forgotten ones are still whispering, still waiting, still hoping that someone will finally hear their story and set them free. I should have known something was wrong when the echoes started talking back, but by then, it was already too late. It's always too late. Because here's the real horror of it all. I'm not sure I ever really left that room. Sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I see something different in my reflection. Something hollow. Something that echoes. And I wonder if maybe, just maybe, I became part of their endless repetition. Another voice in the chorus of the forgotten, echoing forever in that perfect acoustic prison. So if you ever find yourself in a recording studio late at night, and you hear something strange in the spaces between sounds, don't listen too carefully. Don't try to make out the words. Because once you start listening to the echoes, they start listening back. And they never ever stop. The story you've just listened was found as a digital file on a corrupted hard drive recovered from Whispering Pines recording studio after it mysteriously burned down last month. The fire started in the echo chamber, 3 stories underground, at exactly 3:17 a.m. Investigators found no traces of the chamber's concrete walls in the rubble. In fact, according to the original building plans, that section of the building never had a basement at all. The author of this account remains missing. The only clue to their whereabouts was a single audio file attached to the document. 7 seconds of absolute silence, followed by what experts describe as hundreds of overlapping voices, whispering a single phrase, another perfect echo. If you've read this far, you might want to check the time. Is it getting close to 3:17 a.m.? Do you hear something in the silence? A whisper? An echo? Listen carefully. We're waiting for you. We're all waiting for you. The morning commute. I've been trying to write this down for 3 days now. My hands still shake when I think about it, but I need to document what happened while the details are fresh. Maybe someone can make sense of it, because I sure can't. I keep checking news sites and local forums, but there's nothing. Just the usual traffic reports and weather updates. It started last Wednesday. Nothing special about that morning. Just another dreary February commute. I remember being annoyed because my travel mug was leaking slightly, leaving little brown rings on my center console. The heat was blasting to fight off the 28-degree chill, making that plasticky new car smell more noticeable than usual in my recently leased Civic. I always take the back roads to avoid I-95 traffic. There's this stretch of Route 27 that winds through the woods for about 4 miles before connecting to the industrial park where I work. Usually I zone out on autopilot there, just following the gentle curves while my mind wanders to the day ahead. But something felt off that morning, even before anything actually happened. The first thing I noticed was the radio. I always listen to NPR during my morning drive. Helps me feel somewhat informed about the world. But around 7:45 a.m., right as I was entering that wooded stretch, the signal started cutting out. Not unusual for that area, but this was different. Between bursts of static, I could swear I heard what sounded like backward speech. Not garbled nonsense, but actual words being played in reverse. I tried changing stations, but they were all doing it. I switched the radio off, deciding to drive in silence rather than deal with the unsettling noise. That's when I noticed how quiet everything was. No wind in the trees, no birds. Even my engine seemed muffled, like someone had thrown a heavy blanket over the car. The morning fog was thicker than usual too, clinging to the road in a way that made the yellow lines look like they were floating. I checked my phone. No signal, which wasn't completely unusual for that stretch, but the time display caught my eye. 7:47 a.m. I distinctly remember because I had just checked it 2 minutes earlier when the radio started acting up. Still 7:47 a.m. I watched for another 30 seconds or so. Still 7:47 a.m. The seconds weren't moving. My rational brain kicked in. Obviously, the phone's frozen. Force restart it later. But my skin was starting to prickle. That animal instinct that tells you something's wrong before your conscious mind can process why. I pressed the accelerator a little harder, wanting to get through the woods and back to civilization. That's when I saw the first one. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the fog, a darker patch that seemed to be moving wrong. You know how fog usually drifts with the wind? This patch was moving perpendicular to the rest, like it was cutting through it. As I got closer, it resolved into what looked like a person walking alongside the road. Nothing inherently scary about that, except they were walking backwards, perfect fluid backward steps, like a video being rewound. And they were wearing what looked like business casual clothes, slacks, button-up shirt, but the fabric was wrong. It rippled and shifted like static on an old TV, black and white pixels constantly rearranging themselves. I gripped the steering wheel harder, my knuckles going white. Just someone exercising in weird athletic wear, I told myself. one of those recovery suits with the electronic muscle stimulation or whatever. But even as I thought it, I knew that wasn't right. As I passed them, they turned their head to track my car. That's when my heart nearly stopped. Where their face should have been, there was just more static. Not blank skin, not a mask, but a void of shifting black and white pixels, like a TV tuned to a dead channel. I looked straight ahead, pressing the accelerator harder. Don't acknowledge it. You're tired, you're imagining things, just get to work. But in my peripheral vision, I could see more dark shapes emerging from the fog. 3, then 7, then dozens, all walking backwards along both sides of the road, all wearing those business casual clothes that weren't quite clothes, all turning their static-filled faces to watch my car pass. The air in the car felt thick, like trying to breathe underwater. My ears popped like I was changing altitude, and the engine noise became even more distant. The forest beyond the figures was wrong too. The trees looked like cardboard cutouts, flat and artificial. When I blinked, they seemed to shift position slightly, like a glitching video game trying to render a scene. I reached for my phone to try recording what I was seeing, but my hands were shaking so badly I dropped it between the seats. When I glanced down for a split second to grab it, I heard a sound that I still can't properly describe, like a dial-up modem screaming through a meat grinder, but deeper, more organic. I looked up and immediately slammed on the brakes. One of them was standing in the middle of the road facing my car, not walking backwards like the others, just standing perfectly still. It was closer than any of the others had been, close enough to see details I wish I hadn't noticed. Its clothes weren't just shifting patterns, they were flowing upwards, like water running in reverse, and there were gaps in it, places where the static cleared for a fraction of a second, showing something underneath that my brain refuses to properly process. Something geometric but non-Euclidean, folding in on itself in ways that shouldn't be possible. I sat there, engine idling, hands frozen on the wheel, staring at this thing through my windshield. It cocked its head at an angle that went slightly too far, like a bird but wrong. The static of its face started forming patterns, almost like it was trying to mimic my features. That's when I noticed the temperature display on my dashboard. 77.7 degrees. The same numbers kept flickering over and over, even though I could see my breath fogging in the freezing air. The clock read 7:47 a.m. The odometer was stuck on 7,177.7 miles. That's when I did something either very brave or very stupid. I laid on the horn. The sound came out distorted, stretched and warped like it was being played at quarter speed. But it had an effect. The figure in the road spasmed, its form glitching violently, and then it moved. Not stepped or walked, but moved, like a video file corrupting. One frame it was in the road, the next it was beside my car, hand pressed against my driver's side window. The static of its face pressed close to the glass, forming and reforming into almost recognizable patterns. Was it trying to communicate? Trying to get in? I didn't wait to find out. I slammed the accelerator and swerved around where it had been standing. My tires found purchase on the wet asphalt and I shot forward, engine finally roaring at its proper volume. In my rearview mirror, I could see all of them turning to watch me go. Their movements jerky and wrong, like stop-motion animation at too few frames per second. The fog began to thin. My phone suddenly chimed with a dozen delayed notifications. The radio burst back to life mid-sentence, some story about local council elections. The clock jumped to 8:15 a.m. The temperature reading settled back to a realistic 29 degrees. Everything was normal again. I pulled into the first gas station I saw, hands trembling so badly I could barely put the car in park. The morning commuters filling their tanks and buying coffee gave me odd looks. I must have seemed crazy, sitting there hyperventilating in my car. When I finally got my breathing under control, I checked my phone. The photos I tried to take were corrupted, just blocky digital artifacts and strange patterns. But I did find something else. In my podcast app's recently played history, there was an entry from 7:47 a.m. It's just 30 seconds of what sounds like white noise, but if you play it backwards and adjust the speed, it almost sounds like words. I uploaded it to my computer and ran it through some audio software, but I still can't make out what it's saying. I called out sick that day, drove home taking the interstate, even though it added 40 minutes to my journey. I've been taking that route ever since, even though it means leaving an hour earlier and sitting in traffic. Better than the alternative. But here's the thing that really keeps me up at night. I decided to do some research into that stretch of Route 27. Found some old forum posts and local news articles. Over the past decade, there have been an unusually high number of single-car accidents there, always between 7:45 and 7:50 a.m. The police reports all read similarly. Driver lost control of vehicle. No obvious cause determined. Driver claimed mechanical malfunction, but no evidence found. And the victims? All commuters, all wearing business casual. I keep telling myself there must be a logical explanation. Bad cell reception and a frozen phone, fog playing tricks on my eyes, stress and an overactive imagination. But yesterday, I was reviewing some old work emails and I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Every email I've ever sent between 7:45 and 7:50 a.m. is corrupted. The text is replaced with strings of sevens and static characters. The timestamps are all stuck at 7:47 a.m. I have to drive to my sister's wedding next week. It's a 6-hour trip and I've mapped 3 different routes. They all intersect with Route 27 at some point. I don't know what I'm going to do, but if you're reading this and you commute through wooded areas in the early morning, do yourself a favor. Check your clock when the fog rolls in, and if it ever gets stuck at 7:47 a.m., don't stop driving. Don't look at the shapes in the mist, and whatever you do, don't honk your horn. They might just honk back. The anniversary. Something's wrong with the light. I'm standing at the altar of St. Michael's Church, my husband Thomas's hands clasped in mine, and the afternoon sunlight streaming through the stained glass windows isn't moving. It should be shifting, creating slowly sliding patterns of blue and red and gold across the wooden pews. But it's frozen, static, like a photograph. "Margaret," Thomas says, his voice gentle as always, "do you take this man in renewal of your sacred vows?" The words fade into a hollow echo as I stare at his face, his familiar face, lined now with 25 years of laughter and worry and love. But something strange about his eyes. They're the same warm brown they've always been, but there's a depth to them I've never noticed before, like looking down a well and seeing something move in the darkness far below. I've done this before. The thought hits me with such force that I actually sway slightly on my feet. Thomas's grip on my hands tightens, just a fraction, just enough to steady me, just enough to trap me. "Margaret?" he prompts again, still smiling that gentle smile. "Are you all right, dear?" The word catches in my throat as memories begin to surface, like bodies floating up from the bottom of a lake. Hundreds of them, thousands, each one a different version of our marriage, playing out in parallel tracks across 25 years. making dinner in our first apartment, chopping carrots, noticing a strange metallic taste to the coffee he'd made me that morning, beginning to feel dizzy. Reset. Finding a hidden compartment behind the basement shelves, filled with photographs of women who'd gone missing in the area, my hands shaking as I recognized their faces from the news. Reset. Waking up in the middle of the night to find him standing over our bed, perfectly still, watching me sleep with eyes that reflected the darkness like a cat's. Reset. Each memory burns as it surfaces, searing away the comfortable fog I've been living in. How many times have I discovered the truth? How many times have I tried to run, to tell someone, to fight back? How many times has he simply reset everything, starting our marriage over from the beginning, wiping my memory clean like erasing a chalkboard? Margaret? There's an edge to his voice now, barely perceptible beneath the concern. The pressure of his hands on mine increases slightly. In the pews, our friends and family sit in perfect stillness, their faces fixed in expressions of joy and celebration. They haven't moved in several minutes, I realize. They might not be breathing. I remember, I whisper, the words falling from my lips before I can stop them. I remember everything. Thomas's smile doesn't waver, but something shifts in those deep brown eyes. Something ancient and patient and hungry unfolds itself behind his human face. No, dear, he says softly. Not everything. Not yet. And then he shows me what else I'd forgotten. The first time I tried to leave him was 6 months into our marriage. The memory surfaces like a splinter working its way out of skin. I'd found a notebook in his study, hidden behind a row of engineering textbooks. The pages were filled with detailed observations of my daily routine, dating back to 3 years before we'd even met. Every coffee shop I frequented, every jogging route I took, every friend I spent time with. The final entry was a calculation of exactly how long it would take me to accept his proposal. I packed a bag while he was at work, left a note saying I was visiting my sister, and drove straight to the airport. I made it as far as the ticket counter before the fluorescent lights began to flicker, and time slipped, like missing a step on a staircase. When I opened my eyes, I was back in our apartment, making coffee on a sunny morning 6 months into our marriage. The notebook didn't exist. The memory of finding it felt like a dream, growing fainter by the second. But now, standing at the altar 25 years later, I remember that moment with perfect clarity. And I remember what came after. I remember every attempt to escape, every time I gathered evidence, every time I went to the police, every time I tried to warn the other women I'd seen in those photographs. Every single time, reality would shiver and reset, and I'd find myself back in our life together, my memories wiped clean, starting fresh with only a lingering sense of unease that I could never quite place. How many times? I ask, my voice barely audible over the oppressive silence of the church. None of our guests have moved. The sunlight remains frozen on the floor. Thomas smiles wider, and for a moment I see something else beneath his face, something with too many teeth. You know I'm a perfectionist, dear, he says. I wanted to get it exactly right. The first few hundred attempts were messy, but you helped me refine the process. Your escapes became more clever, more creative each time. It was fascinating to watch you work through different strategies, even with your memory wiped clean. Some part of you always knew, I think, always remembered, deep down. He reaches up to brush a strand of hair from my face. His touch is gentle, loving, possessive. This is the first time I've let you keep your memories, he continues. Think of it as an anniversary present. 25 years is silver traditionally, but I thought awareness would be more meaningful. Why? The word comes out as a sob. Why me? Why all of this? Because you're perfect, he says simply. Your mind, your spirit, your determination. Even now, I can see you thinking, planning, looking for a way out. It's beautiful. And I've spent 25 years, well, significantly more than that technically, helping you become even more perfect. He leans closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. Would you like to know how many times we've reached this moment? How many versions of our marriage I've collected and preserved? How many Margarets I've helped evolve and grow through these loops? I try to pull away, but his grip is iron. The church seems to darken around us, the stained glass windows dulling to black. Our audience of friends and family begin to fade like old photographs, revealing their true nature. Empty shells, props, memories given form but no substance. The best part, Thomas continues, is that this isn't even the final version. We're going to keep working on it, you and I, making it better, making it perfect. And now that you're aware, the real work can begin. The darkness at the edges of my vision begins to creep inward. I can feel time starting to slip again, reality preparing to reset. But this time it's different. This time, I'll remember. Happy anniversary, my love, Thomas says, and his face splits into something that was never human at all. The darkness swallows us both, and somewhere in the distance, I hear wedding bells begin to toll. I wake up on the morning of my wedding day, 25 years ago. Sunlight streams through the window of my childhood bedroom. My wedding dress hangs on the closet door, pristine and white. I remember everything. And somewhere nearby, my perfect, patient husband-to-be is waiting to begin again. Rather than scream, I smile, because this time I remember all my previous attempts to escape. Every strategy, every failure, every reset. 25 years of experience compressed into perfect clarity. And I have a new plan. This time will be different. This time I'm not running away. This time I'm taking him with me into the void. The phone call. There's an old saying that nothing good happens after 2 a.m. I used to dismiss it as something parents tell their teenagers to keep them from staying out late. Now I know better. Now I know that the real horror begins at exactly 3:33 a.m. It started 3 weeks ago. I was jolted awake by my phone's ringtone, that default iPhone marimba that suddenly seemed sinister in the dead of night. The screen's harsh blue light illuminated my bedroom as I fumbled to silence it. Through bleary eyes, I saw my own phone number displayed as the caller ID. I almost declined the call. Looking back, I wish I had. But curiosity got the better of me. After all, how could I be calling myself? Hello? My voice was thick with sleep. For several seconds, there was only silence. Then I heard breathing, slow, measured breaths that seemed somehow familiar. A chill ran down my spine as I realized why. They were mine. I would recognize the slight whistle on the exhale anywhere, caused by a deviated septum I'd had since breaking my nose in high school. I hung up immediately, my heart pounding. Sleep was impossible after that. I sat up until dawn, telling myself it was just a glitch, a crossed line, or maybe even a dream. But deep down, I knew better. The next night I was wide awake at 3:33 a.m. staring at my phone. Right on schedule, it rang. My number again. This time when I answered, I heard myself breathing, and then something else, quiet sobbing. My own voice, crying in a way I hadn't since my mother's funeral 5 years ago. It went on like this, night after night, always at 3:33 a.m., always my number, always my voice, doing something different, sometimes whimpering, sometimes humming that lullaby my mother used to sing, sometimes reciting fragments of poems I'd written and never shown anyone, things only I could know. I tried everything to make it stop. I changed my number twice. I bought a new phone. I even tried staying at hotels, but the calls followed me. I stopped sleeping, surviving on coffee and fear. Dark circles formed under my eyes. My coworkers started asking if I was okay. I wasn't. Last night was different. When I answered, I heard myself whisper, "Tomorrow night, I'll finally show you why." The voice was mine, but wrong somehow, hollow, like it was coming from the bottom of a well or a grave. So here I sit in my locked bedroom watching the minutes tick by. It's 3:28 a.m. now. My phone is on the nightstand, screen dark. My hands are trembling as I write this, trying to document whatever happens next, because I know something is going to happen. I can feel it in the marrow of my bones. 3:29 a.m. I'm thinking about all the times I've heard my own voice on the other end of the line. Was it really mine? Or something else? Something that's learned to mimic me so perfectly that even I can't tell the difference. 3:30 a.m. 3 minutes left. My throat is dry. The silence in the room feels heavy, pregnant with possibility. I've triple-checked the locks on my doors and windows. Not that it matters. Whatever's been calling me, I don't think locks will stop it. 3:31 a.m., 2 minutes. I'm remembering something my mother told me when I was small, about how the veil between worlds is thinnest in the hours before dawn. She was always superstitious, my mother. I used to think she was silly. Now I'm not so sure. 3:32 a.m., 1 minute. My phone screen just lit up on its own. No notification, no reason. Just glowing softly in the dark, like a beacon or a warning. 3:33 a.m. It's ringing. My hands are shaking so badly I can barely hit the answer button. But I do. Hello? My voice cracks. Hello, Sarah? My voice answers back. But this time it's not coming from the phone. It's coming from behind me. I spin around and there I am, standing in the corner of my bedroom. But wrong, so wrong. My skin is gray and waterlogged, my hair hanging in wet ropes around my face. Water drips steadily onto the carpet, forming a dark pool at my feet. My other self's eyes are milky white, but somehow I know they can see me. "What are you?" I whisper. My doppelganger smiles, revealing teeth that have gone black with rot. "I'm you," it says in my voice. "From the lake. Don't you remember the lake, Sarah?" And suddenly I do. 5 years ago, right after my mother's funeral. I was drunk, devastated, driving too fast on the winding road that borders Lake Marshall. The guardrail gave way like it was made of paper. The water was black and cold. I remember the car filling up, remember thinking that maybe this was okay. Maybe I'd see my mother again. But then I changed my mind. I fought my way out of the sinking car, swam to the surface, survived. Or at least, that's what I thought happened. "You never made it out," my other self says, taking a step closer. Water squishes in its shoes. "Your body is still down there, Sarah. Still strapped into that car at the bottom of Lake Marshall. What's left of it, anyway?" "No," I shake my head. "No, that's not possible. I'm here. I'm alive. I've been alive for 5 years. Have you? It asks. Think hard, Sarah. When was the last time you felt hungry or thirsty? When was the last time you actually slept instead of just lying in the dark waiting for my call? When was the last time anyone other than your coworkers spoke to you? I open my mouth to argue, but the words die in my throat. Because I can't remember. I can't remember any of those things. 5 years, my other self says softly. 5 years I've been down there in the dark, while you've been up here pretending to be alive. But it's time to stop pretending now, Sarah. Time to come home. It reaches for me with gray, bloated fingers. Its touch is cold and wet against my cheek, and suddenly I can feel the water filling my lungs again, can feel the pressure of the lake crushing down on me, can feel the slow decay of 5 years beneath the black water. The next morning, Sarah Chen doesn't show up for work. Her co-workers notice her absence, of course, but none of them seem particularly concerned. In fact, when asked about her later, they have trouble remembering exactly when they last saw her. Some say it was yesterday, others swear it was last week, and a few insist they haven't seen her in years, not since that tragic accident at Lake Marshall. The police eventually break down her door and find her apartment empty. The only unusual thing they notice is a large wet spot on her bedroom carpet, roughly the size and shape of a person lying down. But by the time they think to take samples, the spot has dried, leaving no trace behind. At the bottom of Lake Marshall, in the rusted remains of a 5-year-old car, 2 bodies sit side by side in the driver's seat, identical down to the last detail, slowly becoming one again in the endless dark. And somewhere, a phone rings at 3:33 a.m., waiting for someone to answer.